road is also stopped, and a police nyala also driving up and down here on this R31 to monitor the situation to prevent any violent action.
Yeah, and just give us a sense of how it is now. Are the protesters pulling back, or are they pushing on with their protest?
So they are basically continuing. At times they stop, and at times they continue with the protest to blockade the road. When we entered town earlier on, they've blocked the road, this R31 with stones, and they are saying that they will continue to do so because they are participating in this national shutdown that the EFF called.
Richard, Reginald, thank you so much for that update. And let's take you back now to Vusi Khumalo. We apologize, we had to come out of his reportage, but let's just give you a sense of what's happening in Richards Bay once again. Mdungwa? Vusi Khumalo, are you able to hear us in Joburg?
Yes, I can hear you, Desiree. Yes, we are still out here in Richards Bay, which is the second biggest economy in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. We're here just to monitor how things are going upon the national shutdown called by the EFF. EFF say complaining about the presidency, the president of Cyril Ramaphosa, saying that there's lack of service delivery, especially with regards to the electricity. There's energy crisis in the country, forcing them to be on the streets today, ensuring that many businesses are not operating, as we are seeing today. As I'm stepping out of the shots, this is usually the busiest spot here in Richards Bay, linking two major shopping malls. But what you are seeing is just police as well as the security companies that are manning what is happening here in Richards Bay. And also what you are going to do is speak to the locals, the people who are usually in this area of the town. Let's talk to you, Sizwe nje afushana ukuthi kukhona ukuphazamiseka okube khona kwena empilweni yakho ukuvuka nje kuseni usuka apha nendawo uyapi uzosebenza kuyasebenza uma usebenza kama isibo.
Igama lami nguzinto wanqimalo, ngisuka esikhawini ekseni ngivukile akukho ngiphazamisile, and then ngafika lana ngasebenza futhi angiphazanyiswa ngalutho okusebenzekile futhi.
Amabhasi nezinto zokugibela kumi kanjani amatekisi?
Ama-taxi ya akhona ibekhona, but amabhasi bengekho.
Kuyasebenzeka la bakhona abantu noma bekho abantu enjolo kusebenza ngapha?
Kuyasebenzeka khona ize noma abantu bengebaningi edrobheni beyabaningi abantu kodwa nje khona kusebenzekile.
Okay, siyabonga kakhulu. Okay, just briefly, she's saying that the buses are not operating today, but taxis are also operating on the road. She was able to be transported by a taxi early this morning. She's saying that not quite a lot of people are seen here in public spaces due to the national protest that is taking place. Let's talk to wena ke manje baba. Wena uze kanjani la ukuhamba kanjani ngendlela osebenza ngayo kuyenzeka kodwa njengoba unokuthi usuka apha nendawo?
Yeah, good morning. My name is Eric Duba. I'm from Matuba. I'm very happy that the police are available. We travel softly, there's no problem. But I'm supporting the strike. Yeah, because now the service is not good. More especially when the town when I'm staying in Matuba is very poor, my friend. So I'm supporting the EFF the way they are struggling, because we are in a problem. Big problem. Although I'm a small businessman, I'm trying to survive, but now it's quite in a town, you see. But I do understand I won't be in a problem for that day, because I'm protesting for the day. I'm too supporting the EFF for what they do.
So since you're saying that you are a small business person, how is your operations today? Are you working?
I'm trying to work, but it's not as normal.
But it has been affected by the very same strike that you are supporting.
No, it's not yet, because now the security in Richards Bay is tight. Yeah, the policemen are aware and the security guards are available, so there's nothing wrong. Yeah.
Here's another small business person coming from Dubai that is also just 30 minutes drive from here in Richards Bay, saying that he's supporting this protest, even though he's got a business that has been impacted by the national shutdown. Speaking about the security, as you enter using the main road, John Ross Highway, it has got a lot of police, I must say, and also a lot of private security firms with high caliber, guns manning the road. Quite a lot of movements there, but you haven't really seen the protesters yet, and also police are saying that they haven't spotted anyone apart from one incident last night where they confiscated tires that were to be allegedly banned or to block the main road leading to the port. I must also stress the point of the port of Richards Bay, which handles about 50 million tons of coal a year, albeit like a low annual capacity of 91 million tons of coal per year. That area specifically, Malema, the chief in commander for the EFF, did speak in particular about it, saying that the protesters have to make sure that this port does not operate today. So that's what we are seeing. It has been suspended. It has suspended all its operations from yesterday on Sunday. The Transnet Port Authority having released a statement warning all trucks owners and also some of the stakeholders that they will not be dispatching and they will not be allowing any trucks in their vicinity. Yes, indeed, today there's no operations there in the port of Richards Bay, which is one of the biggest export terminal in Africa, handling those tons of coal per year. What we are seeing is a lot of people here who are perhaps going on about their normal businesses, but I must say that not quite a lot of people that are seen, because some of the business are also closed. I don't know if Mapolowa can just perhaps focus on his left-hand side. This is usually very busy, but today it resembles a ghost town on the other side of the town, with a small number of business going to the malls, and some, as did say the speaker earlier on, saying that he's got a business that is operating, even though he's supporting this national strike because of the lack of service delivery. He's talking about load shedding. He's talking about the crime also in the area of Mtuba. That also talks about the area of Richards Bay, saying that there's no service delivery in those points. Let's just see if we can talk to another person now who's joining us. Baba, sikwamukele kafushane supporter noma support strike, nokuthi wena impilo yakho namhlanje ithikameze kangakanani impact yayo?
Awengibingelele nje oqala. Okay, le-strike lesi angisupport ngoba okokuqala nje asinamphumela emihle. Kahle nje ukuhlukumezeka kodwa lokho. Khumbula isikhathi se-looting kwakwenza into enjengalena. Kangangokuthi singaba nomthelelo omubi ke emphakathini kanye nosomabhizinisi, kungenzeka ukuthi na singahambi kahle. Ngokukhala kwami nje kafishane le-strike angisiboni sinempumelelo, futhi kahle kusemthethweni vele ukuthi yena ubhekishe kuyilungelo lakho lelo, kodwa musukuphazamisa phela umphakathi, ukuphazamisa amabhizinisi.
Wena uphazamisekile?
Angiphazamisekanga kahle ngoba vele ngicathile security tight. Ngiyongena isipani nje manje ngo-1, kodwa ke ngokwami ngibona ungazuthi yena iningi liphazamisekile, ngoba manje ngithi ngiyabheka ey'tolo, kukhona iy'tolo ey'valiwe, kukhona futhi ingxenyazi ey'vuliwe.
Siyabonga kakhulu mzala.
Angisayishongo igama lami.
Siyabonga.
Igama uThulani wakwaNgcama Isibongo, ngihlala khona lana eMzingazi.
Okay. Another local from Zingazi area here in Richards Bay under Umhlathuze. municipality, Mr. Ngam, was saying that even though the strike is allowed, everyone has got a constitutional right to protest. But this one in particular is saying, according to his words, it is meaningless because it will have a negative impact on the economy, as is also noted a number of shops and also businesses having closed off today due to the shutdown that is currently underway in many parts of the country, saying that is not supportive of the manner in which it was said to be carried out, saying that it does not support it. But we're going to get more views from the ground, especially about this national shutdown by the EFF.
Well, Vusikhumalo, there for you, it's an important story and it's developing. You saw there earlier Samkele Maseko watching out for the EFF CIC in Pretoria, and we'll take you there as soon as there's any development there. Let's take a quick break. After the break, we take a look at your weather prospects.
Most people never stop to think about the high costs of a funeral. Today, we'll compare high funeral costs to the low cost of an OUTsurance funeral plan.
Wozani nonke malungu omphakathi. Nonke niyathinteka.
Yakwazi ukuzoma la. Yakwazi ukuzoma la. Uboma Samuel.
Wozani nonke malungu omphakathi. Wozani. Awuwe Musoko Ramaphosa, awuwe.
Nazo. Hola.
Awuwe Musoko Ramaphosa, awuwe. Wozani nonke malungu omphakathi. Udaba lenu lonke lolu nani liyathinteka. Joyinani sambeni. Sondelani nonke ningasabi. Umbhikiso uphephile. Wozani nonke ngakulimi benu. Phumani ezindlini. Phumani nonke. Size kumbhikiso ophephile. Awuwe Musoko Ramaphosa, awuwe. Awuwe Musoko Ramaphosa, awuwe. Wozani nonke malungu omphakathi. Lolu daba lusithinta sonke. Wozani. Awuwe Musoko Ramaphosa, awuwe. Awuwe Musoko Ramaphosa, awuwe. Phansi Ramaphosa, phansi. Wozani nonke malungu omphakathi. Udaba lethu sonke lolu. Siyala amatekisi nijoyine. Wozani. Wozani nonke malungu omphakathi. Lona umbhikiso ophephile. Umbhikiso onokuthula. Sifuna umongameli wezwe ehle esikhundleni. Awuwe Musoko Ramaphosa, awuwe. Wozani nonke malungu omphakathi. Sithi akaphume uRamaphosa, akaphume. Awuwe Musoko Ramaphosa, awuwe. Awuwe Musoko Ramaphosa, awuwe. Awuwe Musoko Ramaphosa, awuwe. Down Ramaphosa, down. Down Ramaphosa, down. Awuwe Musoko Ramaphosa, awuwe. Phansi nokhongolose, phansi. Phansi no-ANC, phansi. Phansi noKhawuta, phansi. Awuwe Musoko Khongolose, awuwe.
Sono
Avela ubonakala. Shopras. Awusukuma ubathele ngentelezi.
Akufuneka abantu abaningi la isona
Amathaya ngemuva awanamoya fighter. Azoga fight.
Siyabadiliza baba.
Bayehla abantu babo.
Oh, ba ubhikisho wenu wozani lonke ubhikisho uphephile wozani phumani ezindlini nijoyine ubhikisho come and join the picket line. This march is for us, it's for all of us. Come and join. It's a down, Cyril Ramaphosa down. Hawe, Cyril Ramaphosa, hawe. President Cyril Ramaphosa down. Wozani lonke balungomphakathi lona ubhikiso wenu wanokuthula lonani ubhikiso wozani lonke wozani nobhikiso nokuthula uphephile. Ramaphosa Puma! Cyril Ramaphosa down! Awe, Musa Ramaphosa, awe! Wozani lonke, kumane dono! wozani ngijoyine lapho umphikisho ophephile wozani lonke malungu omphakathi lona umphikisho ophephile onokuthula wozani lonke ngobuningi benu phumani emsebenzini phumani ey'tolo ngijoyine lapho umphikisho ophephile sonke sinenkinga kagesi udaba lukagesi lusithinta sonke sonke sesijona Shutdown.
By 2 little tripod.
Wozani lonke malungu omphakathi lona umphikisho ophephile onokuthula lona umphikisho sonke ihamba Ramaphosa hamba phuma Ramaphosa phuma Cyril Ramaphosa down wozani lonke malungu omphakathi wozani lonke lomphikisho uphephile futhi nokuthula wozani malungu omphakathi ayihlale phansi bantu ayihlale phansi bantu umthetho ayihlale phansi bantu umthetho ayihlale phansi bantu umthetho Ramaphosa, away! Away, Busoga Ramaphosa, away! Away, Busoga Kongolose, away! Away, Busoga Kongolose, away! Down in ANC, down! Down in ANC, down! Down, Cyril Ramaphosa, down! Down, down! Viva EFF, viva! Viva EFF, viva! Puma Ramaphosa, Puma! Puma Ramaphosa, Puma! Hamba Ramaphosa, Hamba! Hamba Ramaphosa, Hamba! Buya Gesi, Buya! Buya Gesi, Buya! Down! Down, Cyril Ramaphosa, down!
Sorry. Okay, go back to that.
I found it.
Someone
yes,
took
at
it.
an affirmation podcast.
Yeah.
I found the guy. The guy gave it to Kalinda.
Hey.
So my friend has it at the city hall.
Yo, what's stressing?
No, because I was making phone calls.
All good?
I drove back. We drove back, and then eventually found this
I want
guy.
to change the bed.
Okay, listen. They want to come to 12 o'clock. Something you can
Okay,
put on top there.
okay.
members of the public when they protest before in South Africa. And while the current protests seem moderately in control, there is a sense that you get that the armed forces and the releasing or deployment of the army around the country and the serious members, large numbers of the South African Police Service is worrying for that political party. But importantly, when you start to say to the international community, we're appealing to you, you are given impression that there is a greater crisis and that there is no sense that of protection and safety by those who are rolling out this protest or march or strikes. And as a result, they appeal to the international community, and in that sense occupy global headlines. Already publications such as the Financial Times are running with the story. And that also already brings up the discussion in the investor community about the level of stability in the country and whether whether the center is actually holding. Because remember, investors are looking for safety, but they are also looking for predictability.
But there are similar protracted protests elsewhere in the world, in Nigeria, in Kenya, the Gambia, Namibia, reflecting grievances against unbearable social conditions. Does that make this particular protest valid or different?
Yeah, look, the global dissatisfaction with poverty, a lack of service delivery, high levels of unemployment is growing significantly, and especially here in South Africa, you can see the correlation between what is happening in Nigeria and Kenya and South Africa. As people begin to say, well, we are tired, and that the current circumstances are unsustainable. So the protest may not necessarily be, entirely unique if you compare the challenges that are faced by those countries. But the reality that you're seeing around the world is that citizens are beginning to take ownership and participating in the dialogue and how they are being led. And when you look at the circumstances here, with South Africa coming out of significant days of dark load shedding, many hours of operating in the dark, all of a sudden you are beginning to see citizens taking part actively in the conversation, and that's what makes this different, in the sense that even though for the past couple of days there's been some degree of stability in the provision of power and energy, this has been a frustration for citizens for a while. And so the distinction, though, here is that the EFF is not, if you compare it with other countries, politically, the EFF is not as massive. It's not the main opposition, for example, in the country, but they are occupying the battle in the human mind.
Time constraints. I want to ask you this one quickly. President Cyril Ramaphosa's response has been to say that protest is a constitutionally protected activity, but that our democracy provides for a system to remove a president at the polls. How is the world responding to that posture?
Yeah, I mean, there has been flat reaction, I must say, to that discussion or that position by the president. But we are yet to see, because this is an evolving story, and the conversations, the media will continue to pick up around the world. But what you get is a sense that he's trying to call for calmness.
Yep.
The pressing issue, while there was a warranted reality that we had the July 21 2 years ago, that he had to call on all the forces to assist, perhaps the army might have been, in my view, a little bit going overboard. Perhaps we should believe that the Metro Police and the South African police services across the country should be well and capable to manage a protest on any ordinary day. So the army may create an impression that South Africa is becoming a different state.
I don't know if my producers will indulge me, but I think we're seeing live footage and that Julius Malema has already arrived in the protest. I don't know if my producers will correct me. Okay. That's not the case yet. All right, let's let you go. Tshepo Matseba, thank you so much for making the time. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back in a moment.
in one place. But our purposeful decision is that we must express the anger and frustrations of our people wherever we are. So we're going to be here for the rest of today, and we're going to determine where we go. I think here in Alexander, we must visit our neighbors just here. They've already closed down. They've hired private securities to try to protect them. But once we're done here mobilizing the whole of Alexander, we must visit our neighbors in Sandton. Yes. To tell them and remind them that today's shutdown, we want Ramaphosa to step down. We want Ramaphosa to resign. We want electricity back. So fighters, let us remain disciplined. We wait for other fighters that are here, and then we'll march in all the avenues here in Alexander. And then after that, we'll then decide what time we'll cross the M1. We're definitely going to cross the M1 today, so that we can then remind South Africa that this is our country, this is our nation, and no police is going to intimidate us. JMPD must make sure that these protesters are safe. It is your role to protect the EFF so that we can have a peaceful protest. We did say that we're going to close the country, and we have done so. Well done, fighters. Let us continue to fight. Amanda! Viva EFF! Viva! Viva! Thank you very much, Secretary.
Thank you.
Amanda! Away, two. We're going to continue to mobilize about to
Yeah, let's do the doorstop now. Do we need the doorstop?
Just for them to say how
our fighters, we are going to meet them now, that side. Now,
Okay, that's fine. And then after that, can we cross the M1 before they do? And I can get some.
Sorry.
Manje ubaba sokuthi isikhathi nathi ngale information. Ngoba labanda ubabona ukuthi bayenzani abantu. Manje information ngifale phansi. Yabo. Ngifuna ukuthi yonke into ubaba Okay. Incorporated. Yeah. You're not a criminal, my friend.
Yeah, let's do this. Because we've got Floyd here. Yeah. Yes, 1-on-1, yes.
You're crossing line. Okay.
Okay, let me call. What time is it now? Is that Shakira in the background? Okay, please, can you be phone? Shake, can you take us to the top of the hour? Because we've got Floyd here. Yes. Okay, yeah. So I'll link to her. Okay.
Yeah.
What's the time? It's what time is it now? I can't see. We've got 4 minutes till the top of the hour, so they're gonna come to us. Then I'll link to Jade.
We can chat in the meantime.
Please, yes.
Are you happy with the outcome? Really? Okay, and levels of discipline? Okay. All right. No, that's good. Yeah. Do you think there was was too much hype about this.
Hello? Hey. Okay, sure. Let me just quickly put my earphones on.
Not because they say that you guys are hooligans.
No. Whenever hooligans.
2 minutes.
What's wrong? Give me that thing.
Are you going to try?
These other fighters are coming. Those people are wearing something.
We saw the public water police there inside with the batons and the emmets. Okay, let me get out of the way.
Hey, Nzinga. Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. We're in Alex. We're at the DP of the EFF, yeah. Cool. The last time you did a person like this,
No, today we've got protection.
I hope so.
How can you be scared of Alexander when you're from Alexander?
Yeah, but they robbed us at gunpoint. Where were you guys? You did guys. The National King, like looting thing.
Whose victim were you covering?
No, when people were busy.
Josh, can you sound check up?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we see the McDonald's is closed.
I'm not sure, but the majority of this road were closed. So I think you'd be correct to say the majority of the shops in this area have been closed down.
I think the statement is now 87 people that have been arrested.
Yes, yes.
Ramaphosa must fall.
Well, very good afternoon to you, Nzinga. Just about an hour ago, I was outside Megawatt Park there in Sunning Hill at those ESCOM offices, but now we've actually moved to Alexandra Township at the Pan-African Mall, and this is where the Deputy President of the EFF, Mr. Floyd Niko Shibambu, is. They'll be mobilizing more EFF members and heading to their neighbors just across the bridge here in Sandton. But it was quite interesting to note that, Nzinga, just driving in, almost all the shops here, have been closed. You would know that this is a very busy center for the people here in Alexandra. This is where people actually catch their taxis. This is where people actually do their shopping. And most of these shops are actually closed. We'll show you those visuals, just a bit later on. But let me just actually take this conversation to the Deputy President of the EFF, Mr. Floyd Shibambu. Mr. Shibambu, you, as the EFF, have painted the streets practically red. Are you happy with the outcomes of the EFF members? Would you say that so far this shutdown has been a success for the party?
No, look, we are very happy and satisfied as the leadership of the EFF that not only Alexandra but all parts of South Africa have shut down today. We did say that the 20th of March 2023 is a national shutdown. It is indeed a national shutdown. All the major cities in South Africa and all towns and villages and townships have shut down because the EFF leadership said that as part of our democratic right to express the frustrations of the masses of our people who must shut down South Africa, it has been shut down because of the EFF. Ramaphosa and his puppets are running around trying to intimidate our people with the soldiers and the police, and they will never succeed in doing so. Our people know where the command comes from. The command came from the Commander-in-Chief of the Economic Emancipation Movement that was shutting down today. It's shut down, and our demand is still very clear that we want Ramaphosa to step down wherever he is. He must resign as the head of state and president of South Africa. We want to stabilize this country. There are so many crises that are happening in South Africa. There's high levels of joblessness, poverty. There's water shedding now. Food security is being threatened. We are not safe as citizens because of high levels of crime, because of an incapable government. We cannot fold our arms. We cannot wait for 2024 to remove Ramaphosa. He must step down as soon as yesterday so that we can take this country forward. So this program that we're engaged in has thus far been very successful in all parts of South Africa. And we want to say thank you to all the people of South Africa for respecting the command from the Commander-in-Chief, Julius Malema.
You can see that most of the shops are actually closed here. Do you think that, these shop owners have heeded their call and are in support of this march, or is it because perhaps they're afraid of, their shops being looted?
No, look, we have never been involved in any form of looting as the EFF. We have had many protests before in many parts of South Africa. We have marched in the mines. We have marched here in Alexandra. We have marched to everywhere. We have marched to ESCOM. We have marched in Sandton many times before. We have never been involved in any form of looting. We called on all people of South Africa. We called on all shop owners, big and small, to say that the 20th of March is a national shutdown. Everything else must close down. And the majority of the people of South Africa, shop owners, have heeded the call of the Commander-in-Chief of the EFF to say that all the stores must not be operational today. And so they've heeded our call. They respect that the leadership of this country has spoken, and we have spoken much more clearly. That is why there is no movement in this country. Even Santaco, we said to them, let us join into this action. They said taxis are going to operate. What is happening to taxis today? They are just parked in Bree, in North Taxi Rank. Everywhere else, there are no commuters because they thought that they are going to just handle business as usual. There's no business as usual in South Africa today. It's a different day that is declared by the Economic Emancipation Movement, which is speaking decisively on behalf of the majority of South Africans.
87 people have been arrested. Have you been able to ascertain as a political party if those are EFF members?
No, look, that is what Becky Kyle says in the media and everything. Maybe it's a form of intimidating our people. The people that we know who were arrested are the students who were arrested in Braamfontein yesterday. And as the leadership of the EFF, we went to take them out of the police cells this morning. So all of them are out now. We are not aware, we have not gotten any report from any leadership of the EFF in any province that any of our members or any of our leaders have been arrested, because we did say that this is going to be a peaceful protest.
and it is a peaceful protest. It's a peaceful shutdown, which has been very effective thus far. So we are not aware of what Bheki Cele is saying. You know, he sometimes speaks things which are not even properly processed. So we are not aware of that. If there are those who are arrested, we're going to make the necessary interventions to make sure that they are released in the same way the students were released in Hillbrook Police Station.
Another issue that we saw, there was a video circulating of the Provincial Secretary of the EFF, Mr. Moshe Kwama's home being raided. Do you want to speak, Moshe? Do you want to comment on that? What happened in the morning?
No, I was here in Alex when I learned that my home was being invaded in Soweto. They raided my home. They didn't find anything. They went through our mattress. They harassed my family, my brothers. But the community of Soweto managed to come out in their numbers and make sure that they protect our family in our absence. So that's what happened this morning. Thank you.
Furthermore, what's the program of action from here? I heard you saying that you're going to Sandton. Are you also still going to go to Megawatt Park in Sunning Hill?
Look, we are going to be marching in the whole of Alexander, and then we'll later on definitely go to Sandton to as well protest, to demand the resignation of Ramaphosa. If we decide to extend it to Hyde Park where he stays, we'll decide. If we decide to go to Megawatt Park to remind them that we want electricity, we'll decide. So as we go, we're going to give command to all the disciplined ground forces of the EFF as to what is to be done, what is going to happen. And the issue of the Secretary of the province has been happening in all other provinces where the police were targeting leaders of the EFF with the hope that they're going to find something illegal and try to intimidate them through arrest. And they will never succeed because we know what we're doing. We're not amateurs in these things. We know what we're doing as the leadership of the EFF. What a decisive leadership. We're leading a revolution and we're not apologetic about it. We're not fearful at all. We can't be intimidated by any soldier. We'll not be intimidated by any policeman. So even if they try to intimidate leaders at the regional, provincial level, we're staying on. We call on the people of South Africa to join everywhere where there's protest to demand the resignation of Cyril Ramaphosa.
Thank you so much for your time, Mr. Shivambu. Well, of course, as you've heard him say that they are going through the streets of Alexandra Township, mobilizing more EFF members, then they will proceed just across the bridge to head to Sandton and Nzinga, which is the economic hub of this city, if not the country, the richest square mile in Africa, and then they'll decide whether or not they'll be heading to Megawatt Park. But we are still here on the ground. We'll be following them and we will bring you all the latest updates. With that said, it's back to you in studio.
The Durban CBD, and along the way we've seen several of the people just standing by joining in on this march, and that is what they have been calling for the better part of the morning, is for South Africans to join in on this protest. It's not an EFF protest, they're saying it is a protest for every single South African that is dealing with the ongoing load shedding crisis and many other issues that we have right now. But this particular grouping was supposed to actually stop at the City Hall, but I am told that we are going to be passing Moses Mabhida Stadium and then possibly off-ramping onto the M4, where they are hoping to get more people joining in on the protest here in the Durban CBD. Just to outline what's currently happening and also what we can expect, I'm going to try and see if I can grab the SG of the EFF, Mr. Marshall Dlamini. Mr. Dlamini, you're live on SABC News. We've been marching since Glenwood officers right into the CBD. Where are we off to, and will this particular crowd disperse into various, one could call it hotspots within the eThekwini Metro?
No, we're just protesting, as we said. It's a peaceful protest. We're protesting all over the streets of Durban, and because we belong to the streets. But what saddens me now, I just got told by police that we can protest anywhere where it's a black area. They won't allow us to go to places Mhlanga because there are white people there. So we must not disturb white peace. That is a big problem that we're facing right now. As you can see, you've been here with us since morning, peacefully protesting. But they're saying we can't go towards of N4, that side of N4, towards Mhlanga because there are whites there. We can't disturb white peace. So we'll see because we want to go there. This is part of the streets of Durban, part of KZN, and part of South Africa. So we can't be told that there are areas that are no-go areas because some affluent and rich white people, they stay there. They're saying, now, Mr. Dlamini, you can decide, you can go left and right, as long as you are here in the city where black people stay. But where there's whites, you can't go there, and we're going to disturb them. We want to make the comfortable uncomfortable, because that is our intention, if that is the attitude of the state securities of this country.
SG, I spoke to the Provincial Commissioner Nhlanhla Mkwanazi this morning, and he was outlining that there hasn't been any disruptions from the EFF. There hasn't been any major issues. You, as a party, one of the party leaders, have been saying that it's going to be a peaceful protest, and we have seen it as far, but possibly proving your detractors wrong that this is a peaceful protest.
No, it's correct. It's a peaceful protest. Even instigators that were planted to come and disrupt and do some chaos at night in the name of the EFF, they did not succeed. Ours has been a peaceful protest. We said we're going to engage on a peaceful protest. If we didn't want it to be a peaceful protest, we're going to say it. We're not going to hide it. We're not cowards. We're not scared. Since the inception of the EFF, everything that we say we're going to do, we are doing it. So we said it's a peaceful protest, and we're speaking on different platforms, and we remain peaceful, as we can see now. But that peacefulness must never be mistaken of cowardness, because that's what they want to do now. They can't tell us that we can only go to certain streets and we can't go to certain streets. So we're going to protest here peacefully, and we're going to go to the side of a gateway where we want to go. We want to go to Phoenix. We want to go each and every street of Durban, because this city, this country belongs to us, and there's no place where it's a no-go area. And so far, so good, and other fighters in different regions of the province, they are there demonstrating as well, putting out their voices that we don't have government, we've got a dictator and a thief and a liar who's occupying the union buildings. And the sooner he leaves, the better for all of us, the people of South Africa.
Mr. Dlamini, before I let you go, just for those criminal elements that possibly could creep into this protest, just a word or two to any of the individuals who want to jump on the bandwagon and possibly use this for their gains.
Look, we have instructed and communicated with our structures that ours is a peaceful protest. There's no criminality that we are involved in. We've never been involved in any criminal activity since day one. So, but we know that some of the criminal elements have been planted by the private security, that the police force of this country has given them a license to kill, and they've been chasing people even in their homes last night. And we know that it's planted criminal elements. There are no criminals in the EFF. We are continuing with our protest. As we said, we're going to do it, and no one is going to stop us. We are still in charge and on the streets, as we said.
Thank you very much. Well, that was the SG of the EFF, Marshal Dlamini, just outlining the EFF protest here in eThekwini Metro. You heard what the SG said there. They are making their way to Gateway. They will also be making their way to Phoenix. This particular group right here are saying that this is a protest. It is a peaceful protest. They have not been violent whatsoever. There is a high level of law enforcement on the ground as we make our way through to South Beach, and as the SG alluded to there, possibly making our way to Mhlanga as well as Phoenix. I'll leave it there and hand it back to you in studio.
Jade Paul, so following that protest for us, as we said, across the country, SABC News teams are standing by to keep you informed. Let's then go to senior political reporter Samkele Maseko and video journalist Kwazi Manzi, who are monitoring the protest action in Pretoria and join us live now. A very good afternoon to you, Samkele. Where exactly in Pretoria are you, and what have you been seeing happening?
Well, Nzinga, at this point in time, we are still at Church Square. EFF members are trickling in their numbers for the EFF's march to the union buildings. We are also waiting for the arrival of Julius Malema, the leader of the Economic Freedom Fighters, who will be leading the picket lines for the EFF here in Gauteng. As you can see, the Secretary General of the EFF, Marshal Dlamini, is leading their picket line march. In KwaZulu-Natal, you can see Ompilo Moato is leading in Mpumalanga province, and also leaders like Veronica Mente, who are in the Northwest province. Here in Pretoria, in the capital city, the citadel of power, we are waiting for the EFF leader Julius Malema. I'm just going to bring in a leader of the EFF, a member of parliament of the EFF, Mr. Vusi Khoza, who is a former provincial chairperson of the EFF in KwaZulu-Natal. Mr. Khoza, just your overall assessment of the EFF's march thus far across the country. Pretty much slow here in Pretoria. The leader of the EFF, Julius Malema, is yet to arrive.
Yeah, we're pretty happy with the progress so far in terms of what needed to happen. We believe that we've made the impact that we wanted to make. We must understand that we did not bus people in here. People came on their own, but we encouraged people to shut down wherever they are. So it's not like a rally where we expect a whole lot of people, but I can tell you that we are all over. The Deputy President is in Alexandra, the other leadership is all over the other provinces. The Secretary General is in KwaZulu-Natal. As you have pointed out earlier, the President, the Commander-in-Chief is expected here this afternoon. And so far we are happy with the vibe, we are happy with the response. As you can see, the town is quiet, which means that people have heeded our call, and we're happy. We haven't had any issues at all. We're confident that we've passed the message that we wanted to pass.
Earlier on, we were told through engagements that we were sabotaged by the bus industry, that some of them cancelled transportation of some of your members in the early hours of this morning. What truly transpired when it comes to the transportation of your members?
No, but you must understand that it's a shutdown. So obviously, if bus companies feel that their buses cannot be, or rather the safety of their buses cannot be guaranteed, they will pull out. So we wouldn't really say it's a sabotage. In fact, it's giving us what we wanted. We wanted a shutdown. So if drivers decide not to drive, and buses decide not to arrive, that's a shutdown. That's exactly what we wanted. So we've got what we wanted. So we're not complaining.
Then why are there reports that a taxi has been burnt in Ekurhuleni? We've seen the visuals. A taxi has been burnt in Ekurhuleni. In Limpopo, buses have been stoned. A GNT bus has been stoned in Limpopo. What are you trying to do to mitigate the violence that is creeping in your national shutdown?
If we can identify that that was done by the EFF, then we can be able to talk. But it does not mean that when you sleep in a garage, you all of a sudden become a car. So a person can wear an EFF t-shirt whilst he's an agent provocateur. So we expected that to happen. But we can't say every bus that burns, every taxi that burns is because of the EFF and the shutdown, etc. Some other person can do it and pretend to be one of us when there are none of us. You've heard that the leadership from the beginning, it said it's peaceful, and it has gone that way so far. We are very happy. It's been peaceful all the way.
When can we anticipate the arrival of Mr. Julius Malema here at Church Square?
It will be with the immediate effect, definitely this afternoon, as much as we cannot anticipate the time, but he's on his way.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Vusi Khoza. That is Mr. Vusi Khoza, a member of the EFF, a leader of the EFF, and also a member of Parliament of the Economic Freedom Fighters, saying that they are well on track when it comes to their national shutdown. Some have said it's not a national shutdown. There is movement, there is business activity. People are commuting back and forth. The airport is opened. Some businesses which we went to here in the capital city, some have had their doors closed. We did go earlier on to go to one of the shops to get our own breakfast, which wasn't operational. So it has been somewhat effective, somewhat not effective. It's a debate that is ensuing. Some saying that it's not a national shutdown, but business to a relative extent in the capital city has been halted in a way or another.
Samkele Maseko, following those protests in Pretoria. He's going to be with us for most of the afternoon, giving us updates as they proceed. Now, as we mentioned earlier on, police say they have now arrested 87 protesters across the country for public violence-related offences. The arrests come as members of the EFF protest against social and economic challenges faced by people living in South Africa, including crime, corruption, load shedding and unemployment, among others. Out of the 87 arrested, 41 were arrested in Gauteng, 29 in the Northwest, 15 in the Free State. There are also arrests in other provinces such as Mpumalanga and the Eastern Cape. They say that updates will be provided as and when information becomes available. Police say at least 24,300 tyres have been confiscated by law enforcement agencies. They say that there were tyres that were placed there strategically for criminality. The EFF spokesperson, Sinawa Tambo, has criticised the deployment of the South African National Defence Force in some key areas of the country during the national shutdown. Tambo says this is a form of intimidation and it's not going to work, as the third largest party in Parliament will continue with its plans for the day.
Ramaphosa is going to eventually resign. We are registering our dissatisfaction despite the fact that they abused young women in Braamfontein in the early hours of this morning and arrested them, and the EFF of course ensured that they were released. We're not going to be intimidated, and it shows that the deployment of the army and excessive law enforcement agencies on the streets was not to defend any sort of anarchy or chaos, because there was no business operating at 12 a.m. and 1 a.m., 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. There was no one going to work at that time. There was no shop. Yet we are told there are 57 arrests. Yet we saw people being beaten up. We saw a residence window of students getting shot at by police themselves, who are now vandalizing buildings that they are saying they're going to protect. So it shows you they are deployed for purpose of intimidation, not to protect anything. There was nothing to protect at midnight.
A very good afternoon to you, Nzinga, and to our viewers at home. It's been a busy morning coming into the afternoon as we track business activities across the country where this national shutdown is concerned. This is particularly to look at the impact on the economy and also those businesses that have been crying foul, most of them saying that they cannot afford to even take a day off in terms of the proceeds that they get out of an economy that has been ailing over time. Most of them are just really just putting measures in place, some of them are contingency measures in place from a company called TrackScan. They are an organization that is an umbrella organization that manages business activity across many smaller organizations across the country, mainly in the retail and the security sector, looking at, of course, those that clock in, those that clock out. They are also dealing with issues of biometrics. They are dealing with issues, of course, of also those that use access cards in and out of the company. So they are well positioned, and Nzinga, to give us an idea this afternoon of how businesses have been faring, looking at those clients that they service. I have here the managing director of TrackScan, this being Khashani Mutloutsi, who's here to just give us a sense. A busy man. We see that you have your laptop here. I suspect that it's really been busy from the morning coming into the afternoon, looking at really the data and what it's telling you, looking at the impact of this national shutdown. Welcome to the SABC.
Thank you, Kataro. Good afternoon to your viewers and listeners. So it's been a very interesting day. Obviously nervous yesterday, wondering how shutdown will impact most of our clients. So our observation is that, especially in the security sector, because the guys tend to start work early, around 6 o'clock in the morning, we haven't seen a major shift in their, clocking in trend. So there's been a lot of consistency in that regard. However, the shifts that are mainly in manufacturing, that start around 8 o'clock in the morning, we have seen some slight impact. But overall, what I can say is that in the security sector, there's been a high degree of consistency, so very minimal impact. But obviously, that's a space that works 2 shifts in a day, the day shift as well as the night shift. So it would be interesting to see how the night shift is impacted by the shutdown, because you can imagine, should the situation take a certain direction, we could have a situation where personnel are unable to travel for night shift in the later parts of the day. But what I can say that is reassuring is that at least we know that primarily for the guys who came in at 6 o'clock in the morning for day shift, there has been a very minimal impact in terms of employee attendance. So yeah, and having looked at the data, obviously, across a broad spectrum of companies, we've noticed that there has been overall consistency, in some instances with no absenteeism at all. So that's, very sort of good insight, as you said, reflecting on the state of the economy at the moment. A lot of employees who would have been victims of the shutdown have avoided that situation. And the same would apply for employers who would have also been victims of the shutdown. They've avoided a worst case scenario. But yeah, from our side, we're happy to see that our solution has obviously helped companies keep track of employee attendance as it would on normal instances. So the situation as of 6 and 8 o'clock in the morning is normal, but we will see how it progresses further on in the day.
Maybe just help us, Khashani, explain to our viewers how it works. But you are an umbrella body, and we know very well that then these are information that you have that you tend to share with the management. You also manage payroll in terms of the hours that are clocked in and clocked out of the companies, just to give you a sense of how long people spend, or how much time the people spend, in terms of them being in the employ and the productivity of that business. How does it work? TrackScan.
Great stuff. Thanks for that, Katlewa. So yeah, TrackScan has been in operation since 2018. And what we do is obviously workforce management and employee time and attendance. So we've got fingerprint biometric as well as facial biometric for employee attendance. With fingerprint, you can basically run it on Android. So an existing device can use an attachable scanner on the USB port. And once you have uploaded your employees on our web admin, which is similar to your online banking, you are able to process their clock events, and you will receive them on a central admin portal where you'll be able to keep track of, obviously, your timekeeping. And on top of that, you are able to produce attendance registers, as well as then get the same clock-in data converted to payroll data, which would allow you to essentially pay the guys based on how they clock in and clock out over a given period, which could be either weekly, bi-weekly, or monthly. And we've also got a flagship app that we launched in 2019 for facial recognition on Android. And what that allows companies to do is to basically deploy time and attendance at a very minimal cost, because you can use existing Android devices. So it's machine learning on Android, meaning you scan employees' faces to clock them in and out. And then obviously the same data is sent via the mobile telephony network onto our cloud server and then processed for payroll. So we give you an end-to-end solution, and we'll then integrate that data into Sage. And one of our partners is Easy Roster that does workforce management. So they've already sold into a lot of industries across the continent, and we essentially do deployments with them as their partner company. So yeah, it's been a beautiful ride over the past 5 years. And what we've seen is obviously those businesses that implement our solutions not only save against the manual process of timekeeping, but they also eliminate non-productive hours, as well as just building in efficiency for payroll administration.
Yeah, just finally on my end then, Khashani, I wanted to find out about the impact of, just going back to the impact of this national shutdown. We know very well that tomorrow is a public holiday, and most people were saying that, there'll be minimal, given that there will be minimal business activity, looking at the fact that some people have taken day offs, others have decided just not to go to work, just putting in some leave because of the public holiday. What is your reading? What is the data telling you, especially around the fact that tomorrow is a public holiday, the productivity coming from this data?
Yeah. So my view is primarily from essential services, so security being one essential service. What would be interesting to see tomorrow is how the shutdown affects essential services, because those employees are required to be on duty regardless of what day of the week or day of the year it is. So they work holidays, they work Christmas, etc. So it would be interesting to see if there is an impact tomorrow morning, as well as the guys who are coming on shift in the afternoon. But I've got a very strong suspicion that if the movement fizzles out towards the end of the day, we might not realize any impact tomorrow, which would be a good thing for the employees, because obviously on public holidays, they earn double the rate that they would on a normal day. So you would hope that they are actually on duty tomorrow and that there's very minimal impact on their timekeeping tomorrow. But yeah, from an essential services, they have to be there. But I guess the fact that the shutdown is today and not tomorrow most likely would not impact them tomorrow.
All right, Khashani Mutlozi, thank you very much for your time. It's coming through as the managing director of TrackScan. They are a company that is managing some of the movements around other entities.
Speak to the person next to you and say, "Homolang re kgone ho kwana." We are here, comrades, in continuing and rolling shutdown. And our commander-in-chief has arrived to command this particular protest action. Without any further ado, I'm going to invite the President and Commander-in-Chief of the EFF to give us some kombandlela. Comrade President.
Amanda. Viva EFF, viva. Down with load shedding, down. Down with load shedding, down. Down with unemployment, down. Down with unemployment, down. Puma Ramaphosa, Puma. Puma Ramaphosa, Puma. Amandla. Forward to national shutdown, forward. Thank you very much, comrades. Today is not a day of speeches. Today we are here to protest. We are not going to hand over a memorandum to anyone. We are not going to be addressed by anyone. There are different leaders of political formations. The president of the ATM is here. Comrade Carl Niaus is here. Comrade Julius Malema is going to be here. So they will all, when we arrive on the other side, once the leadership has consolidated all of them, they will come and speak to you and greet you. But today, we've got an appointment with the streets. We are not going to run. We are not going to do anything. We just walk nicely and raise our concerns. Comrades, this is the most successful shutdown ever in the history of struggle in South Africa. Today, on my way here, they said they are cancelling load shedding for today because there is no demand of electricity today because the factories are closed. Yes. The consumers of electricity, the biggest consumers of electricity are closed. Yes. And that's why scientifically you should measure the success of this shutdown. Today, there is no big mall, there is no small mall, no shop, no factory, no school, no nothing is open today. All of them are closed. What makes matters worse, in Richards Bay, there is no single truck that was seen. There is no single train that was seen. Today, South Africa is shut down. But the anarchists and those who pretend to be opposed to anarchy, they say the shutdown is not successful. Why? Because there is no looting, because there is no burning of property, because there is no any leader arrested. Therefore, load shedding is not shutdown is not successful. That's a lie. Yes. They want to project the EFF as an organization of the anarchists We are an organization of disciplined forces of the left which can shut down the country without burning a building, without looting, because looting is not our mission. Today the topic is still whether shutdown is successful or not. The topic is not whether there was a looting or not. There is no looting, there is no burning of property. All members of the EFF and supporters of the national shutdown did so in a dignified manner. Hey, warata urati. South Africa equates today. And to demonstrate to you the biggest center of the economy in the whole African continent is Shutdown City. As we speak today, Shutdown City has been closed down. There is no single shop in Shutdown City that is open. Why? The mighty EFF does so without burning a building, without doing anything illegal, doing everything to make sure that we stay on the message. What is the message? Load shedding. What is the message? Ramaphosa must go. What is the message? High unemployment. What is the message? GBV. What is the message? High levels of crime in South Africa. What is the message? The poverty levels have increased in South Africa. That message, they can't shift on it. Kiwo Samkelo, Maseko wa SABC, the Lord of the media, has got nothing to report about except our peaceful march and the brutality of the police. The police are the ones who are brutal. The protesters are the most peaceful people. Comrades, we are going to do that until 12 a.m. We are still on. They are looking for me. Hey, where's Malema? Where's Malema? Malema is making things happen as you see them happening. It's Malema making them happen. So fighters, the police must know that they must never act outside the Constitution. They have a duty to protect private citizens. They've got a duty to protect property. We are private citizens, we are a property. And therefore the police have a duty to protect us. More than anyone, they've got a duty to make sure that no one disturbs this protest. It can't be the police themselves disturbing the protest. That is acting outside the Constitution. We are not scared, comrades. You have done so well. We are going to do so well. Whether the enemy likes it or not, we don't care. They had a Mickey Mouse march here. We never spoke about them. We never tweeted about them. But the march never trended for days. This shutdown has been trending for days because that's what our people have in their minds and their heart. So fighters, today you have made history. With all those who supported national shutdown, we thank you for being fearless. We thank you for being brave. When they put more than 3,000 soldiers on the streets, the aim was to intimidate you. The aim was to say, you must run away. You went where the soldiers were. You did not show the soldiers your back. So fighters, we are going to do this in a dignified manner. The leadership of the PAC is also here. They will also be addressing us very soon. How we line up, there will be the leadership of all different formations. When you see a t-shirt of the ANC, don't push it away. They too are not happy about their president and about the load shedding. So don't see members of the ANC as the enemy. They've got the same problem that we have. The problem is that the tyranny is running the country and their own movement. That's why they came here today, because we are the only people who are not scared of Cyril Ramaphosa, his soldiers and police. We are not scared of Bekikele. We are not scared of the police. The commissioner of KZN, we must take him to court after this match so that his utterances can be declared invalid and unconstitutional. He said in one of the press conferences that they have now abandoned the police service. They are now going to use combat. He's got no such option in the Constitution. Police service is not his underwear that he changes anyhow he wants. It is a police service. Whether he's sleeping, whether he's awake, it's a police service. It's a service to our people. It's not a combat. But the desperation of wanting to be something high in the police has made him to say nonsensical, stupid things that he will regret for the rest of his life. Whether you are excited, whether you are not excited, do not utter words as a police commissioner, a man in authority that will instigate violence against your own citizens. Police must at all times act with restraint because they know that where there are many people, there is potentially agent provocateurs. And therefore, always, police, because they are a service, must always talk to us. Guys, this way, not that way, don't do this. Maybe this way can work. What do you want? Can we help you? That's how the police must work. Not these apartheid tactics that we've been subjected to for the last 3 days because of Bekikele. So he must know that all of those tactics haven't worked. Ramaphosa says to business, open, I will protect you. Malema says to business, close. And then look at who business listens to between Ramaphosa and Malema. But they are suffering from political jealousy. This machine I'm running, none of them, none of their great-grandfathers, great-father, grandfather, whatever in their family has ever done this. And they will not do it themselves, and their children will never do it. I know, I've lived with them. They suffer from political jealousy because they will never ever have a pitiful thing like this that wakes up and says, we are tired of this nonsense. Close all of this because the whole world must know there is shenanigans going on in this country. Our people stay in the shacks. Our people don't have water. Our people don't have electricity. 30 years into democracy. And those who sing for supper say, hi, what are you doing? What are you doing? Don't do this. Because they are begging Ramaphosa. I don't beg Ramaphosa. I don't beg any of them. Let me tell you, the success of the ANC depended on Russia, depended on China, depended on other countries, Angola, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Zambia. They gave Nigeria, gave the ANC money for it to wage struggle in South Africa successfully. Carl Niels is here. He will tell you where the monies came from when they were engaged in a struggle. But let me tell you a difference between us and them. We have no single country behind us. No country gives us money. No businessman gives us money. No one is supporting financially and materially the EFF. When you came here today, it was Zama Zama. Not because the leadership doesn't like you. We paid for buses, 196 buses, to come and fetch you. Those buses wrote a letter this morning at 2 a.m. and said, the minister called and said, if you get a subsidy from government, don't give them buses. and then they cancelled. We paid more than 1 million for you to be here. Those buses were cancelled at 2 a.m. I think that letter must be shared as now publicly on the Facebook, WhatsApp, everywhere, for people to know this sell-out company that took our money and succumbed to government pressure. I am not complaining. I'm just saying to you, as you speak from the comfort of your home, you must know how difficult the struggle is. It's not an easy thing that today we wake up a house of a provincial secretary of the EFF, Mushekoma, has been raided by police. How on earth does the success of a minister depends on how many tires have you arrested? He says, I've arrested 25,000 tires. And how many people have you arrested? Then they say the minister is successful because he arrested tires. Since when? And this business is keeping quiet because tires are sold by small business on the streets and all of that. Since when is a business of tires in South Africa illegal? There are drugs on the streets. They will never collect those drugs. There are nyaupes on the streets. They will never collect those nyaupes. But they are proud to collect a visible tire. It's not hidden. It doesn't require sophistication. It doesn't require intelligence. It will not throw a stone. So, comrades, don't listen to these clouds. With all of that being done, with all of intimidation, with all the court orders against the EFF, everybody in South Africa listened to the EFF and said today is not a working day. Today is not a normal day. So you must be proud of yourself, fighters, that you made it without looting, without burning a building, without burning a bus. Comrades, the history will remember you. That you are not scared of 3,400 and something soldiers. You are not scared of 18,000 policemen on the streets. You are not scared of the helicopters that are roving on top of our houses every day as part of intimidation. You said helicopter, no helicopter. Ramaphosa must fall. I'm going to Ramaphosa must fall. That is a sign of a determination. That is a sign of a fearless fighter. That is a sign of people who say, we will rather die than to succumb to the dictatorship of Ramaphosa. Comrade, those who say that no, contest 2024 elections, you can't remove a president through a back door. The president has been elected by the people. It's a lie. Ramaphosa was never elected by the people. Ramaphosa was elected by parliament. You elected parliament. Parliament elected the president. And therefore, to say the president must resign or must step down now is not unconstitutional. We've done it before with Jacob Zuma, with all his credentials, Jacob Zuma, with all his history of belonging to black people and African communities in rural areas. We still said go. How can this sellout defeat us when we said to Zuma go? With all good history he had. This one of a history of being an adopted child of a white family will never be our friend and will never defeat us. So today we're sending a message to the whole African continent. You don't have weapons, you only have your bodies. Go and put them on the picket lines and tell all those dictators in Africa that their days are numbered. South Africa and Africa belongs to democracy. Comrades, they want to kill us, let them do it. They want to torture us, let them do it. They want to arrest us, let them do it. We don't have anything. We only have our bodies and our souls. And even if they kill us, even if they arrest us, they will never kill or arrest our souls. We will die with our conscience and our souls intact. We will know that we never sold out at any time in the history of South Africa. Comrades, ke a le kgopela o ska ba ba le motho a neimang ngwana Mbalula. A ka ta rekisa o tshwana le Mbalula. A rata bjala o tshwana le Mbalula. O tsebe bjala bona le o shireng ka monano. A o nahana botse o tailwe. So Mbalula, I know him. He sings for supper. And he cries when they remove him from positions. He cries like a small baby. That's why he still cries for the position of the Minister of Police till this date. When they were doing reshuffle not so long ago, he was still reminding us of how he was removed as a Minister of Police. That thing is still a pain, as if he was born a Minister of Police. So don't listen to such sellouts who sing for supper and not only sing it. You think it's a song, you want to follow it, a person just starts crying. Akalela opposition. So don't be like such sellouts. That we can live a good life outside the ANC. We can live and say to everyone, it's actually too hot outside the ANC. It's not cold outside the ANC. This myth that they were preaching, that when you are outside the ANC, you will feel cold. We are breaking that myth brick by brick until South Africans realize that there is life outside the ANC. They must never think that ANC is a synonym of life. ANC is not a synonym of life. It's just another failed liberation movement in Africa. So fighters, high discipline, high morale, listen to our marshals. Members of the media, let's respect each other. Listen to the colleagues so that we don't live here accused that media was pushed and all of that. Be flexible. There is no route. Don't sleep. You must check your button left, right, or straight. So, Vagarford, and then Rena, Snao, Otalfa, sign. When the police have gone past the 10, now we turn this way. And then we send them off track. And then they have to run the other way to catch us on the other side. Mamutaki gave me a war. Let's go.
That was the EFF leader, Julius Malema, speaking. Mr. Malema, just on the essence of those buses, what truly transpired? Were you sabotaged or what?
No, it was a sabotage because all buses are sponsored by the state. And then at 2 o'clock, they say to us, it's done, we can't give you passes. So they will share that email with you to demonstrate to you that we are not lying. The buses were stopped and we were told we can't use buses. So we improvised where to get taxis, where to get this, where to get that to be here.
So the government of the day wanted to sabotage your national shutdown?
Yes, they did. They said no bus, no anything will move. Take care of this, comrade chief.
Yes,
yes. So they said nothing will move if you are sponsored by the state and you know you don't have route that takes you to Pretoria. You are in Mamelodi. You can't drive to Pretoria. But normally the same buses that don't have the route that takes us to Pretoria, when they are specially hired, they bring us to Pretoria.
Which is this bus company that sabotaged you?
I don't know bus company. I think the TG knows the bus company, but I said they are going to share the email with the media.
Have they deposited back your R1 million?
We want it back. We don't want nonsense. We want our money back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Malema. That is the EFF leader, Julius Malema, in essence saying that their march was being sabotaged, allegedly by government, saying an instruction came out from one of the ministers. As we cut this broadcast due to now that we will be ushering and moving with the EFF leadership as they go to the union buildings. It's fine, don't go. It's fine.
Awilande somewhere fast. Bangazi. Okay.
Cyril Ramaphosa phantsi. Wozani lonke malungu omphakathi. Udaba lethu sonke lolu. Siyala amatekisi nijoyile. Wozani. Awe, Cyril Ramaphosa, awe. Aphume uRamaphosa aphume. Awe Cyril Ramaphosa awe. Awe Cyril Ramaphosa awe. Phansi bakhongelele phansi. Phansi baHNC phansi. Phansi bakhawunta phansi. Awe bakhongelele Ramaphosa, wozani bonke. Nona ubhikiso wenu wanokuthula, nonani ubhikiso, wozani bonke, wozani nobhikiso uzokuthula, uphephile. Awe, Busoga Ramaphosa, awe! Awe, Busoga Ramaphosa, awe! Awe, Busoga Kongolose, awe! Awe, Busoga Kongolose, awe! Down in ANC, down! Down in ANC, down! Puma! Puma Ramaphosa, Puma! Hamba Ramaphosa, hamba! Hamba Ramaphosa, hamba! Buya, Gesi, buya!
You're live on SABC News. We've been marching since Glenwood offices right into the CBD. Where are we off to? And will this particular crowd disperse into various, one could call it hotspots within the eThekwini Metro?
No, we're just protesting, as we said. It's a peaceful protest. We're protesting all over the streets of Durban, and because we belong to the streets. But what saddens me now, I just got told by police that we can protest anywhere where it's a black area. They won't allow us to go to places of Mhlanga because there are white people there. So we must not disturb white peace. That is a big problem that we're facing right now. As you can see, you've been here with us since morning peacefully protesting, but they're saying we can't go towards of N4, that side of N4, towards Mhlanga because there are whites there, we can't disturb white peace. So we'll see, because we want to go there. This is part of the streets of Durban, part of KZN, and part of South Africa. So we can't be told that there are areas that are no-go areas because some affluent and rich white people, they stay there. They're saying, now, Mr. Dlamini, you can decide, you can go left and right, as long as you are here in the city where black people stay. But where there's whites, you can't go there, and we're going to disturb them. We want to make the comfortable uncomfortable. because that is our intention, if that is the attitude of the state securities of this country.
SG, I spoke to the Provincial Commissioner Nhlanhla Mkwanazi this morning, and he was outlining that there hasn't been any disruptions from the EFF. There hasn't been any major issues. You, as a party, one of the party leaders, have been saying that it's going to be a peaceful protest, and we have seen it as far, but possibly proving our detractors wrong that this is a peaceful protest.
No, it's correct. It's a peaceful protest. Even instigators that were planted to come and disrupt and do some chaos at night in the name of the EFF, they did not succeed. Ours has been a peaceful protest. We said we're going to engage on a peaceful protest. If we didn't want it to be a peaceful protest, we're going to say it. We're not going to hide it. We're not cowards. We're not scared. Since the inception of the EFF, everything that we say we're going to do, we are doing it. So we said it's a peaceful protest, and we're speaking on different platforms, and we remain peaceful as we can see now. But that peacefulness must never be mistaken of cowardness, because that's what they want to do now. They can't tell us that we can only go to certain streets and we can't go to certain streets. So we're going to protest here peacefully, and we're going to go to the side of a gateway where we want to go. We want to go to Phoenix. We want to go each and every street of Durban, because this city, this country belongs to us, and there's no place where it's a no-go area. And so far so good, and other fighters in different regions of the province, they are there demonstrating as well, putting out their voices that we don't have government, we've got a dictator and a thief and a liar who's occupying the union buildings. And the sooner he leaves, the better for all of us, the people of South Africa.
Mr. Dlamini, before I let you go, just for those criminal elements that possibly could creep into this protest, just a word or two to any of the individuals who want to jump on the bandwagon and possibly use this for their gains.
Look, we have instructed and communicated with our structures that ours is a peaceful protest. There's no criminality that we are involved in. We've never been involved in any criminal activity since day one. So, but we know that some of the criminal elements, they've been planted by the private security, that the police force of this country has given them a license to kill. And they've been chasing people even in their homes last night. And we know that it's planted criminal elements. There are no criminals in the EFF. We are continuing with our protest as we said we're going to do it. And no one's going to stop us. We are still in charge and on the streets, as we said.
Thank you very much. Well, that was the SG of the EFF, Marshal Dlamini. Peaceful protests. They have not been violent whatsoever. There is a high level of law enforcement on the ground as we make our way through. Did you maybe look then? Or was it tight?
No, you were not that tight.
I was nice and that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't look that.
No. I'm tired and thirsty.
Yasin is flying again. He's following us from the sky.
Oh, yeah.
Enough of that. About you as well. So we'll call you when to move. Take this one. I use this. When we were talking about union buildings. Oh, like no, like yes, yeah, exactly. I
Baba, sit down on the top. Sit on.
Manda. Away, two. Amanda! Maibuye! Away with Ramaphosa, away! Panting or Ramaphosa, Pante! Puma, Ramaphosa, Puma! Gena electricity, Gena! Comrades, we are going to take a few alliance and solidarity friends who are with us in this national shutdown. I'm going to introduce Comrade Mzwanele. We are going to be running this short program here together for the leaders of different political formations to come and give a message of support. Members of the media, you are advised that that is what is going to happen. Please, comrades, let's give a big round of applause to Comrade Mzwanele of the ATM.
Amanda! You know, this man is an orator. Let me try his tricks. Bizani Fire Brigade! Bizani Fire Brigade! Okay, comrades, friends, everyone, we're going to have those messages of support as already announced. And I've been looking for Temba Kodi here. I know he's in the mix there somewhere. Please allow him to come through. But the first one to speak now, it's a person from Land Party, the president of Land Party, Tobani Nzongana. What's that?
Amandla! Amandla! Mhlaba! Mhlaba! Thank you very much, Commander-in-Chief, for organizing this relevant day. We've been waiting for this moment. It's long overdue. Our young people are suffering. Our people, the poor, particularly the black, are suffering. There is a high unemployment. Small businesses are suffering because of the poor government of the ruling party, the ANC and government and Ramaphosa. We want to say thank you very much, Commander-in-Chief, and I will address everyone that is here as a fighter, because you cannot be here if you cannot fight. This is not a platform for cowards. This is a platform for revolutionaries. People who understand why we are here. We are not going to be intimidated by Begitele, by drunkards like Fikile Mbalula, who knows absolutely nothing but women and alcohol. We are not going to be discouraged by those kind of people. We want to thank you fighters for coming up in numbers and join this revolutionary moment. I can tell you fighters that this is happening everywhere in this country. Those who are saying it is a failure, they are talking absolutely rubbish. It is a great success. This is a historic moment that needs each and every one of us to be on the street. I must express this disappointment to see young people hanging in the windows that's supposed to be on the streets
while we are fighting for them. It shows how our youth, particularly the young people, that we are having cowards. Young people, let us be strong. I hope, Commander-in-Chief, you are going to extend these days. Next time you'll call for the 30 days of shutdown. We are really hungry. We are really hungry for revolution. We cannot remain in boardrooms, talk nonsense, discussing nonsense, while our people are suffering. We can no longer remain in front of media, enjoying interviews, while young people are suffering in this country, while Ramaphosa is selling our country to the West, while our country is going to the dogs. Our military is destroyed. We cannot defend this country, but they've got rifles and weapons to defend corrupt leaders in the ANC Lutuli House. Amandla! Amandla! Long live the undying revolutionary spirit, long live! Asijiki fighters, asijiki! Umhlaba! Salute!
Phansi ngoRamaphosa, phansi! Phansi ngoRamaphosa, phansi! Phuma Ramaphosa, phuma! Phuma Ramaphosa, phuma! Down with load shedding, down! Down with load shedding, down! We want more jobs. Phambili ngemisebenzi, phambili. Okay, fighters, comrades, friends, servants, everyone. We are now going to have the next speaker. The next speaker is going to be a representative from the Forum for Service Delivery. Itate Radipule. Over to you, sir.
Amandla! Bata! Kyarona! Phansi kaRamaphosa, phansi! Phansi kaRamaphosa, phansi! Phansi ka-load shedding, phansi! Phansi ka-load shedding, phansi! Phansi ka-unemployment, phansi! Thank you very much, leaders. My name is Motsoaledi Rankapule. I'm here representing Forum for Service Delivery under the President Johannes Mbahare Kekana. As Forum for Service Delivery, we are fully supporting this shutdown. The entire South Africa, our members everywhere in the corners of South Africa today is a shutdown. Ramaphosa must step down. Now we've got the challenge of the service delivery. All the roads in our municipalities, they're full of potholes. Our kids, our universities, this current government, they promise free education, but now there's nothing. They fail to deliver. 60% of youth unemployment. We are fighting as Forum for Service Delivery. Ramaphosa must fall. Ramaphosa must fall because his cabinet, just imagine, the Minister of Youth, about more than 70 years, Minister of Youth. How can the Minister of Youth represent youth with us, Magogo? Just imagine. Pants with Ramaphosa, Panze! Pants with Ramaphosa, Panze! Thank you very much, leaders.
Amanda! Amanda!
It's on.
Amanda! Okay, is it working? Yeah. Can you hear me at the back? Can you hear me at the back? No. It's interference with you. Now it's very clear that these helicopters are busy interfering with the signal. Pansi ngalama helicopter, pansi! Pansi ngalama helicopter, pansi! Okay, the commander-in-chief here said, what we must do must keep giving you breaks. So when we do this here, it is a way of saying he wants you to rest a little bit and then you get some speakers to speak. We've got 2 more speakers to speak and then we're going to move on. And right now I'm going to call a speaker from African Radical Economic Alliance. This is no one other than Carney House, which is very well known, the president of Areta.
Madala. Don't fall, Matala.
Amandla! Phansi Ramaphosa, phansi! Phansi Ramaphosa, phansi! Phansi load shedding, phansi! Commander-in-Chief, Comrade Julius Malema, we thank you and the EFF for having called this national shutdown. All of us who are uniting here to be part of this shutdown are talking one message. And that message is that Cyril Ramaphosa and his failed government must go. That message is that we want electricity now. And we want to pay for electricity at affordable rates. We want to be sure that there will be service delivery for all the people of this country. We want clean running water. We want a police service that fights crime. We want to make sure that the land is returned to the people. Expropriation of land without compensation. We want to make sure that the South African Reserve Bank will be nationalized. And we want to make sure that women and children can be safe in this society. None of these things, comrades, can be done by Cyril Ramaphosa and his sell-out government. It is clear that the African National Congress is dead. The ANC is a sell-out thing that sold its soul to white monopoly capitalism and to imperialism. Today, we are being ruled by new liberalism, and the ideals of the liberation struggle has been betrayed. So all of us, comrades, and this is the last part of the message from the African Radical Economic Transformation Alliance. All of us, EFF, UDM, ATM, BAC, every civil society organization, let us form unity. Let us speak with one voice. Let us make sure that Ramaphosa and his government will go. Let this shutdown not be a once-off action. Let us continue with rolling mass action until we can get rid of the butcher of Marikana. Let us make sure that they will not abuse the South African Police Service and the South African National Defence Force against us. We are not violent. We are peaceful. We are abiding by the democratic laws of this country. We are using our constitutional right to protest and to lock down. We call on all of those soldiers and all of those police who have been told by Ramaphosa to come and try and intimidate us. We say on them, you are part of our communities. Join us. Be part of us. Help us to get rid of Cyril Ramaphosa and this failed government. Amanda! Viva the return of the land to the people! Viva! Viva the nationalization of the South African Reserve Bank! Viva! Viva the creation of a state bank! Viva! Long live the people of South Africa! Long live! Down with Ramaphosa! Down! Down with Ramaphosa, down! Amandla! Thank you, comrades. Oh, that thing is breaking. Down with Ramaphosa, down! Down with Ramaphosa, down! Hamba Ramaphosa, hamba! Hamba Ramaphosa, hamba!
Now, comrades, we're going to have a speaker, last speaker for this session. Last speaker from SAFTU, Comrade Nontambeko Luzipo. She's the DSG of SAFTU. She's going to come and give a message of support. Okay.
Amandla! Amandla! Phansi ngombuso wamasela phansi! Phansi ngombuso wamasela phansi! Mawuwe umbuso wamasela mawuwe! Mawuwe umbuso wamasela mawuwe! Forward to the unity of working class forward! Forward to the unity of working class forward! General Secretary of SAFTU is here to say, comrades, it cannot be business as usual. There are that is why SAFTU is saying the national shutdown is should be the first shot. We are saying to
situation that a lot of townships that saw sporadic incidents of protesting by EFF members are reporting that it really just made life that much more difficult for them to go about their business, because there was a lot of fear around that, and the residents did what they could to try and stay in their homes and not to be sucked into the violence of the protesting. But, you know, as morning came and the sun came up, this is what they saw here on the ground at Winnie Mandela Zone 17 in Ekurhuleni. Debris strewn all over, rubbish all over the roads, and some rubber tires that were burned. We did, however, see one or two police cars making their way here in Ekurhuleni and trying to maintain some sort of law and order. And Zinga, we're just trying to move out of the main road and move to more of a central place so we can give the cars the opportunity to drive past, because, as I said here, that this road is pretty much blocked off, and it is so difficult for motorists and for cars and for taxis to make their way from one end to the other end of Tembisa. So the situation here remains calm but extremely tense here in Ekurhuleni, Nzinga.
Nozintombi, have you seen EFF members marching in the area? I know that that's been attributed to them, the violence, the rocks and that, but have you seen them participating in protests while you've been there?
Here in Ekurhuleni, the EFF members protested in the early hours of the morning, and they left the situation as it was. But earlier, as we were making our way through the CBD, we did see members of EFF protesting in Cosmo City, and there was quite a large police contingent escorting them to and fro. And to be honest, it was very orderly, it was very calm. There was no burning of any tires in Cosmo City when we did see the protesters there earlier, which is a stark contrast here. In Tembisa, some of the residents are questioning whether it was EFF members or it was some of the members here who are trying to destabilize the situation or a criminal element. A handful of people said that they did see that it was EFF members. However, those EFF members were not wearing their EFF regalia. So until proper investigations are done by police to find out here in Ekurhuleni how far and effective the EFF protest was, it still remains to be speculation in terms of what the residents saw and what they experienced. But what we are seeing on the ground is the rubble, it is the dirt, it is a mess here in Ekurhuleni. Exactly, and it's going to be so difficult for the community to make sure that they clean this up before Wednesday when regular business resumes. Nzinga.
Nozintombi Mia, thanks so much for that update. Just making sure that we get all views and we see what's happening in different parts of the country. Let's stay in Gauteng and go to Pretoria, though, where SABC News reporter Patricia Fasahi is, and she joins us live now. Very good afternoon to you. Patricia, what's happening in Pretoria?
Good morning, or rather good afternoon, Nzinga, and to our viewers. We are at the Union Buildings. Now, you'd understand that the march is starting at Church Square, and that crowd, of course, led by the Red Berets, is coming here to the Union Building. So we're just going to give you a shot of what's happening here already. There is a hive of activity. We just want to show you everything that is happening here. A lot of EFF members that have already come to the Union Buildings. There's also a lot of hawkers that are selling food, and I must say also a high presence of police, Metro Police, and the members of the SANDF also keeping a very strong presence here at the Union Buildings. And I must also mention, Nzinga, that we have literally crisscrossed throughout the capital city, the CBD, Hatfield. We have gone and looked at some of the national key points. We have gone to the business hubs around the capital city. And I must say, it is very orderly, although it is not business as usual. The majority of shops are closed. It's here and there where you see a shop that is as normal, but certainly the impact of the shutdown is felt and it is quite visible everywhere. And you would understand that there are also leaders from various other political parties and their constituencies who've also joined the shutdown. The PAC is one such group, one such political party that is also here. And I'm now joined by the PAC leader, Mr. Mzwanele Nyonso. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. It's a big day. We can see and feel the impact. From your side, what's the significance? Why is it important for the PAC to be part of this action?
It is very important because the call that was made by the EFF for us felt like a revolutionary call. And it's a call that is talking to our sufferings. It's a call that is talking to our daily problems. It's a call that exposes the lies of the ANC government, including its president. Because we're looking at how our people live today, poverty, unemployment, hunger, crime, anything you can mean, load shedding and everything. I mean, and I'm not sure which country, if citizens can sit back and say, we'll wait for God to come and solve our problems. We must wake up and stand and fight for our problems.
To those who are saying a shutdown is not the way to go, this is not going to solve the problems, in particular the high cost of living. We understand as well, you guys are coming to the union buildings. It's part of the pressure that you want to put on President Cyril Ramaphosa for him to step down. But to those who are saying that this is not going to work, how do you respond?
High cost of living to who? Because ordinary people have nothing. So they have nothing, they don't spend, they don't have any cost to live. So this high cost of living is affecting those who have got, they haves, let me say it. But also, who are those who are saying the shutdown is not a solution? It is a solution. What is the solution then? The solution is to go to Parliament and wait for the ANC to deal with us with with numerical arrogance. Wait to them, looking at them, doing as they please. It can't be. We are part of this country. We will stand up when we see anything wrong, and shutdown is the only way to go.
Are there more actions similar to this to follow? Is this just the beginning, or how do we interpret this moving forward into the future?
For us, it is just a beginning. This campaign must unfold. It must be an unfolding one until we reach our destination. And the destination is when we get our land. And the destination is where we get our riches. And the destination is when we take everything from the former oppressors, who are still oppressing us even to date, and they still own the means of production. That would be the destination. So this must be an unfolding campaign going forward.
We're also about a year away from the national elections to take place. How does this shutdown link on to that democratic process?
Everything is linked to elections. The masses must see, the masses must know, the masses must know exactly what the ANC is doing. At the end of the day, they must decide, come 2024, ANC won't get majority.
Right. Thank you so much there. The PAC leader just, adding his voice about the significance of today's shutdown, the action that is unfolding here in the heart of the capital city, but of course also across the length and breadth of South Africa. Any minute from now, we expect that large crowd to come down the road, and of course the action, the speeches, and whatever program they have planned will continue here at the union buildings. And as I said, a lot of police, lot of soldiers that we have seen since early morning making their presence felt here at the union buildings. On that note, while we wait for the crowd to arrive from Church Square, we toss it back to studio.
Patricia Fasahi giving us an update there from Pretoria, one of our many SABC News colleagues spread out across the country, bringing you the latest from the ground. SABC News reporter Mahlaka Komane and video journalist Llewellyn Carstens are monitoring protests in and around Polokwane and have this for us.
Yes, good afternoon indeed. We are here in Seshego, just at the entrance of Seshego, and as you can just see behind me, there is a crowd that is singing songs. This has been going on since we were here earlier on this morning. I am seeing some what looks like was leftovers of rubber bullets. I suppose they were dispersed earlier on. We did meet a member or somebody wearing EFF regalia, showing us some wounds, saying that he had been hit by rubber bullets, saying that they were protesting peacefully, but there was that situations where police had opened fire on them and shot those rubber bullets. But also when you are going into Seshego, we did drive around here as well. There's certain parts of this traffic circle. It is one of the main entrances into this particular township. Some of the roads blockaded. Just behind me here, there's also a shopping complex that is also shut down for the day. But also, let's talk about what is also happening in Polokwane as well, in the CBD. Quite a lot of shops there closed for business, almost about 90%, but almost shop after shop. As we drove around, we saw that there was no business or trading that was taking place. We did, however, manage to find some people walking, some saying that they are, small to medium enterprises, saying that they're running their own businesses, speaking about the inconvenience that today's activities has caused them. One particular gentleman telling us that he's a tailor maker. He sews for a living, telling us that he's unable to stock the necessary materials because shops were closed. Another one, I think, is also a hawker. He said that he couldn't, stock vegetables for the day, so there was no business activity that took place. Speaking about the impact that it has had. Some workers, however, saying that they had received communication from their employer saying that they were going to treat today on a no work, no pay policy. So a lot of them saying that they then had to come in. This is some of the bigger retailers. I know one worker that we spoke to saying that he works at one of the bigger furniture stores, telling us that, they were told they needed to come to work. However, they have not serviced even one customer during the course of the day because they are salespeople. They rely on people, on the, foot traffic walking in and out of the store. So that hadn't happened today. Town quite empty. Even as you drive around towards Limpopo Mall, this is where you'd find the big taxi rank with all the taxis leaving the province as well as local taxis. That is empty in terms of the stalls of the hawkers there. I did see, however, one lady that in all that emptiness, I saw her and a few mangoes there. So that she was the only one that I managed to spot today as we were driving around. A lot of food outlets as well are open, turning away business for the day. But you can see the workers are inside there, some of them doing what looks like a clean up in terms of, I suppose, using the day to clean, the stores. But so many people affected differently by today's protest. Even the petrol stations, as you drive, you can see they've cordoned off, the tanks where you are, you'd put in your fuel. So quite an interesting mix of what is happening in the CBD. But when you go to suburban Polokwane, there you see a lot of people in the morning. They were jogging. People were getting their fitness goals in. School children, we know that for many schools this today was turned into a public holiday, so that hasn't affected schooling. We drove around the city there. They were schools were shut for the day, so that did not affect schooling. In terms of schooling. But let me bring in Mr. Rasimayapa. He is the deputy chairperson of the EFF in Limpopo, to give us an update of the other regions, your Mopanis, your Waterberg, as well as your Skukune. What is it that is happening there? But thank you so much for talking to us. Are you able to tell us in terms of today's activities? We saw what happened here. Maybe first let's talk about, we have been hearing reports that some of protesters were shot at and others were arrested. Speak to us about this.
Thank you very much, SABC. Up so far, we're quite happy about the resilience of our members. Our members are very resilient. They're even able to stand very difficult situations of rubber bullets being shot at them. So now, having this rubber bullet being shot at them, and they're able to stand up, as you can see that they are still protesting, and they are so passionate that the activity of today should be a success, and this activity must bring about the desires, which is water, electricity, and roads in townships and in all the other parts of the district of Capricorn.
And you've spoken about the district of Capricorn. As a provincial leadership, what's happening in the other regions? What are you seeing there?
No, we're all over, like we said before. Vembe, it's responding to the clarion call that there should be a shutdown today. Sekhukhune is responding to the clarion call. Mopani is also busy and in the various parts of Mopani, and Waterberg is busy in the various parts of Waterberg. In Mokopane they are closing the N1, and all the shops in the town of Mokopane are not operational. Like you said, in Polokwane, almost all the shops, 99.9% of the shops are closed. The people have responded, people have supported this march, and they responded so positive. And we're happy that at least the call which we made is now receiving support from the ordinary people and workers of our people. And those workers whom are going to be treated on a no work, no pay basis by employers, we are having strategic relationship with unions such as SAF2 and other unions that affiliate under the trade union SAF2 to go and represent these people. And as the EFF labor desk, we're also going to be going out to support and make sure they are not treated on a no work, no pay basis, because this is not of their own making. This is a national condition that we do not have electricity, and as members of the EFF and as residents of South Africa, we need to stand up at one stage to say enough is enough.
So I hear you saying that 99% of the businesses, your estimation there, do you feel that these businesses were closing in support of the call to shut down or fear of vandalization of property?
The only shop that is so very arrogant is Pep in town. All these other shops have closed because they are in support. Electricity affects them a lot. For instance, you go to KFC here in Seshego, during load shedding they close, because if you say, why don't you start the generator, they are saying the profit which we should make is going direct to the generator, to diesel for generation, power generation. So they are no longer making profit. So they are in support solely for the shutdown which was called by the EFF in the country.
So would you call this a success, would you say, in this particular province?
This is a very successful activity. You can attest there's no truck that is moving on the N1. There's no taxi here that has ferried people to town. There's no taxi elsewhere in the province where the activity, even in the mines of Sekhukhune, there's no transport of platinum. In the mines of Tabazimi, there's no transport of platinum. So we have managed to shut the province down, and we're happy that the event became a success. No one is at work. Majority of these companies, some have decided to volunteer, some were forced because the conditions might not be okay. We could not guarantee that they are going to be safe in that regard. Thank you.
Do you have an idea, a number in terms of your fighters that have been arrested? I understand that there's some at the Polokwane police station.
We are currently recorded 37 fighters who are arrested, but we've got a team of lawyers who are busy responding to that shenanigan made by the police.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayep. You've heard that was Rasi Mayep, and he is the deputy chairperson of the EFF in Limpopo, telling us about 37 of their members having been arrested here in this area, in this Capricorn area, rather than the Seshego area, but saying that they have legal representatives to help them out. Also speaking on the issue, saying that he feels that some businesses indeed have volunteered to be part of the call to shut down, saying that issues of electricity also affect these businesses. You know, he makes an example of one fast food outlet saying that they're spending a lot of money, or they're saying to be spending a lot of money on diesel to power up, the generator when load shedding hits. He's also speaking about the various regions. He spoke about your Capricorn, your Mopani, as well as your Sekhukhune, speaking about, and Vembe as well, speaking about that it was quite successful in terms of that call to shut down. He also mentions that there is no transportation production of platinum coming out of the Tabazimbi area. He also spoke about taxis not taking or ferrying people out of this particular township. I did see the opposite this morning. I did see that there were people that were able to get on taxis and, I suppose make their way to whatever destination it was. Even when you are within the town area, while it is quiet, there is movement of taxis. Taxis are able to pick up passengers and so forth. However, we will be here and we will also be moving around, Polokwane and surrounding areas just to get an idea of what is happening there for the rest of the afternoon. There was a promise there as well by EFF leadership in the province that, more numbers were coming out during the course of the day. This is where we stand right now. We'll also see if this will continue to be the case later on this afternoon. And it's back to you in studio.
To step down as president of the country. They also want other issues like load shedding, the high unemployment rate, the high cost of living to actually be solved, saying that South Africans cannot, endure this any longer. We've seen in Alexandra, specifically at the Pan-African Mall, a number of shops have been closed. Just only 1 or 2 shops have been open. When we asked the Deputy President of the EFF, Mr. Floyd Shibambu, what that attributes to, he had basically said that business owners had actually heeded to the call of the EFF. Business owners are actually supporting the plight of the EFF by closing their shops and pledging their solidarity to this national shutdown. Most of the shops here in Sandton are closed. Some hotels are actually operational, but we've seen a lot of police visibility, and we've seen private security companies here in around Sandton. But of course, we will be giving you all the latest updates in regards to the story as you stay tuned to SABC News.
Let's go to Mpumalanga now, where there's little disruptions in Mbombela CBD. Many shops have closed, while some hawkers have decided to operate. Taxi drivers are concerned as the town is quiet. SABC News reporter Tumelo Machoho has more.
Well, the streets of Nelspruit will be buzzing this morning, but this morning they are not, as many people have not showed up to town. Most of the shops here in town have already closed down, and also most of the vendors have also closed down their shops. I'm just going to ask Azwi to show you. Those are the vendors. The vendors would be sitting here in the morning, actually trying to sell most of their stuff in the morning, but those vendors have not arrived this morning to start selling their stuff. Shops next to the shops that is to the vendors, one of them actually, the owner actually closed down because none of the staff members actually arrived this morning to come to the shops, so to come to work. So the town also, it's literally doesn't have like a lot of people that have come to town to actually sell their products. Let's speak to Bonging Kosi. He's one of the taxi drivers. Ndade, just talk to us about what is the business like today since there is a national shutdown?
Business namuhla ilo kakhulu, asikhona ukusebenza. Vele kulo kakhulu, vele kude emsebenzini namuhla. Nje ngibona nje sengimelana vele besengimuka, vele ngisendleleni ngiyamuka nyalo. Umsebenzi kude, abantu kude, lokushini, vopeni kude abantu vele siyamuka nje kunyalo.
Mina is my taxi driver. I know ukuthi nimesa support le ndaba ya shutdown, but are you not supporting some of the ideas that bakhuluma ngazo bathi bazo shut down?
Sine shutdown support kakhulu. Just problem yesantako thina siyathi, but then thina taxi driver na owners siyayishapota kakhulu shutdown. Sifisa ngathi vele ngendlela kulungiseke konke lokulungisela ngozansi.
So manje mawuthi mahamba uzoluza, ucabanga ukuthi uzoluza mali angake for the day nje ukuthi uzohamba today. How much money do you think you're going to lose for not working today?
Lokufuna namuhla ngicheckisa 1000, namuhla ngikhona ukucheckisa because manje ngikhangana ekseni sengisele idizili nje bese ngiyamuka kuyabhetha nto.
Thank you so much. That was one of the taxi drivers just talking to us about the issues that they have been faced here. He's saying that he's going back home. He would have made over 1,000 rand today, but he doesn't seem like he's going to make any cent today. But let's try quickly also speak to some of the vendors here that are also selling their products here. Ndade, just talk to us about how's the business today, and have you guys been affected in indaba ya shutdown?
Indaba ya shutdown yisilo uyishito khona ngisemina bengayivisisi kahle lenza ngoba sengifike la town ngiyabona kusifika nemali futhi and business yakho na phela ifamasi lo ngoba phela futhi
so ucabanga ukuthi today angeke wenze i-profit nje or ucabanga ukuthi uzohamba or what's going uzoyenza kanjani?
Ngakade ngitobona uqinile kusukuthoba njani.
But ninale support le ndaba ya shutdown or kanjani?
I support, and sometimes hunger is a problem.
No, thank you so much. That was also one of the street vendors here in town, just talking to us about, the struggles that they have to go through. Actually, they had to come here and start selling their products because this is the only way they can make a living this morning. And also, we have seen a number of police presence here in town, especially here in the CBD. We've been to a number of townships. We know that the police are on the high alert, actually trying to protect some of important infrastructures. And also, we've seen them patrolling the streets. Back to you.
The inner city of Johannesburg is quiet, with roller doors of many businesses shut for the day. Some informal traders have decided not to stay away and serve their customers. Small and medium enterprises often bear the brunt if protests turn violent. The economic freedom fighters had gone around to shops to ask them to close in preparation for the national shutdown.
In the normally busy streets of Johannesburg, most informal traders heeded the call to stay away except for a few like Figil and Ndlovu. Ndlovu is here every morning selling fat cakes for only 1 rand each. She says she plucked up courage to set up her stall despite the possible danger looming. She also says it is because of the taxi drivers, who are mostly her customers, that she felt brave. Selling fat cakes is a lucrative business as many commuters leave their homes earlier and often are not able to have breakfast. Ndlovu says she's grateful to be able to serve her customers, many of whom are regulars.
We were scared before, but now I realized that there's nothing to be afraid of. What frightened us was hearing that people should not go to work. But here we are, working with no fear. We rely on taxis a lot, so seeing the taxis operate gave us courage.
Most of the small businesses in downtown Johannesburg closed shop en masse, avoiding possible looting and other acts of criminality that are often associated with protests. Almost all of them are beginning to recover losses brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic, and one day of trading losses is one day too many. Many business owners will miss out on trading revenue in an already slow economy. Added to that, the impact of rolling blackouts has impacted on many of these small businesses negatively. In Maboneng precinct, the picture was no different. Samela Mahlaba, the owner of I Love Swerve, had to close shop. He says given the direction the country is heading to, he understands the intention of the shutdown.
It's the intention is quite valid, you know. I think with the state of where the country is, sometimes now you just can't help but use profanities, you know, to express what's happening, because just going about the book and trying to get things solved, you know, is quite futile. And you see also that the country does have resources to solve things or do certain things with, you know, helicopters flying around, you know, police activity being so rampant. But then when it comes to the needs of the civilians.
As Township Economic Commission SA taxer, so far we haven't had any major incident today. Yes, there are businesses that decided to open, and there are those that decided not to open. So far, yes, if there are any eventualities, so far they are not that major. But personally, I haven't had anything, you know, to the businesses, most especially to our members, untowards them. And then we are happy with what is currently happening. We're just hoping that the day will end without any major incidents.
A handful of big businesses in Braamfontein did open their doors to serve the few customers that came in. Some that were hard hit in the recent vets protest did not want to take any chances. Given that 21st of March is a public holiday in commemoration of Human Rights Day, it remains to be seen how many of these businesses will make up for today's losses by reopening their doors. Diabo Seto, SABC News, Johannesburg.
4 countries on our continent have prepared responses against planned protests. These demonstrations are mainly led by opposition leaders in what could test the line between civil liberties and security. In South Africa, the Economic Freedom Fighters Party is leading the national shutdown. This is not immune to South Africa, Kenya, Tunisia and Nigeria, who may also experience running battles with police or peaceful demonstrations to express dissatisfaction with the government in dealing with economic and political problems. Kylie Kumalo has more.
Tensions are high in the Kenyan capital city, Nairobi. A group of opposition leaders have taken to the streets and they want President William Ruto's administration to deal with the cost of living crisis, high inflation, and seemingly there's still dissatisfaction in relation to last year's election results. Security has been beefed up in and around the State House. President Ruto has indicated that people are more than welcome to protest as long as it remains peaceful and people's lives must be protected at all costs. This comes as the EFF in South Africa has also embarked on a shutdown over rolling blackouts and wants President Cyril Ramaphosa to step down.
Today, we're sending a message to the whole African continent. You don't have weapons, you only have your bodies. Go and put them on the picket lines and tell all those dictators in Africa that their days are numbered. South Africa and Africa belongs to democracy.
Opposition leader Raila Odinga has rejected what he calls intimidation from the government, and he remains steadfast that government must be held accountable. Kylie Kumalo, SABC News, Johannesburg.
asking the court to declare load shedding as unconstitutional is underway. Different sections of government, including the President, the Department of Public Enterprises, the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, as well as NERSA and ESCOM, are respondents in the case. Advocate Tembeka Ncukaitobi, senior counsel representing the UDM, says load shedding is impacting households, small and big businesses negatively and weighing heavily on the economy. He told the North Gauteng High Court that load shedding has caused avoidable deaths in the health sector, intensified inequality in education, and cost the economy billions of rands.
1 hour of stage 6 load shedding cost the economy 500 million. 1 day of stage 6 load shedding cost the economy 4 billion rands. And according to the CSIR report published in 2020, it said that 10 years of load shedding up to 2019 had cost the economy 338 billion rands. And so when one factors the load shedding between 2020 and 2022, that number dramatically increases to 1.2 trillion rands, and which does not include 2023. And 2023 has actually seen the most steep examples of load shedding than all of the other years put together. And what does that mean? 1.2 trillion is equivalent to 1/4 of the entire country's GDP. And this far exceeds the budget allocated to police, to the courts, to prisons, to science and innovation. So that should put paid to any issue regarding rights that are impacted by load shedding and the devastation that load shedding has. Now, of course, my lords and my lady, this is not the case to end load shedding, today's case. The case to end load shedding is coming in Part B. This is a case for limited relief to mitigate the impact of load shedding, whilst we all work out whether or not it will be possible for the court to end load shedding through legal means, or whether it will not be possible.
Advocate Billy Downer's application to set aside former President Jacob Zuma's private prosecution of him will continue on Monday in the Pietermaritzburg High Court. Downer's legal team has told the Pietermaritzburg High Court that he never leaked former President Jacob Zuma's medical records. Zuma's private prosecution is centered on the alleged leaking of information around his medical condition that was attached to court documents in the arms deal corruption trial. It's being heard before full bench. The rolling coverage of the national shutdown continues here on the SABC News channel with the SA Today team. It's good afternoon from me. Stay safe.
Date night. See how Bonso gazes lovingly
Durban and Cape Town, among others. A very good afternoon to you. Thank you so much for joining us on this Monday afternoon. This is SA Today, and I'm Unati Patyasha. Well, of course, rolling coverage of the national shutdown will be crossing to our reporters and get analysis from various experts during the course of the show. Let's take you now to our leading story at this hour. Well, police through the National Joint Operational and Intelligence Structure, NAT joints, say they have arrested 87 protesters across the country for public violence-related offences. The arrests come as members of the EFF protest against social and economic challenges faced by South Africans, including crime, corruption, load shedding and unemployment, among others. In Limpopo, police used rubber bullets to disperse protesters, barricading several roads between Sisheho to Polokwane. Protesters used stones and burning tires to close the roads. Now, malls and local businesses at the Sisheho Circle Centre remain shut. In Durban, most stores were closed today as members of the EFF, led by Secretary General Marshal Dlamini, marched in the Durban CBD. KwaZulu-Natal Police Commissioner Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi earlier assured the public that a large number of police have been deployed across the province to maintain law and order. Meanwhile, the city of Cape Town's authorities are calling on motorists to be vigilant on the roads. This follows sporadic incidents of stone throwing at places including Kraaifontein and Nyanga. Mayoral Committee member for Safety and Security JP Smith says one EFF member was arrested in Parklands in relation to an alleged intimidation incident at a fuel station. Smith says law enforcement agencies have been deployed in hotspot areas. And in Pretoria, the South African Federal of Trade Union says today's national shutdown led by the EFF has so far been a success. SAFTU is among the organizations supporting the shutdown and has joined demonstrations at Church Square. All right, members of the EFF have taken their march to Parliament. Let's now bring in Bulelani Philip. Bulelani, thank you so much for your time this afternoon. So talk to us about the situation there. We obviously heard in that report that at least one member of the EFF has been arrested for alleged intimidation. What's been happening on your end?
Well, good afternoon to you, Unati, and to the viewers at home. Well, it's been a bit of a late start here in Cape Town, where the EFF was set to be marching to Parliament at 11 o'clock, and we're still nowhere near Parliament as we speak. As I can say, right behind me, I'm going to ask my colleague Sihle Mkhize just to show you the pictures of these people that will be marching to Parliament, of course, led by the national chairperson of the EFF, Ms. Veronica Mende. Of course, my conservative estimate, Unati, probably around 8,000 people that are marching here. I'm going to just try still a moment here with Ms. Veronica Mende. Ma'am, thank you so much for your time. Basically, are you happy with the crowd that has turned out today?
I'm very happy with the fighters because we've been operating since midnight. The fighters are operating in other areas, so we are continuing with the business of the day.
Is the Cape Town CBD shut down? Is the Cape Town CBD shut down?
Yes, it is, since the morning. If you go around here, there isn't even traffic. At every point, there's no traffic, there's no people coming in. I saw some shops that were trying to open. When they saw the EFF fighters, they closed all. So the CBD is effectively, no one is in there, it is in a complete shutdown.
A short while ago, you said that you wanted the fighters to be embarking on a peaceful protest. At the moment, the incidents that we saw yesterday, particularly the torching of a My City bus this morning, does the EFF take responsibility for those violent scenes?
We're not taking responsibility for any vigilantism because we have stated a long time ago, from the time we declared the march, that we are shutting down the country on the 20th. We are shutting on a peaceful protest. At no point we said we are going to be violent to anyone. And black people in particular, we will never harm them.
And lastly, Ms. Mente, your demands to Parliament, what are they?
No, what our demand is clear. Ramaphosa must go. It's very clear.
Should he not go through the ballot box?
No, he must go. You say, you media people, you said the same thing with Zuma, that should he not go with the ballot box and everything. He went. He left us. This one is also going to go. It's just a matter of time. In fact, he had already resigned, but the people convinced him that you can stay. With all this that happened today, since 4 days ago, you saw how the electricity out of the blue. We have electricity everywhere. But with everyone stayed at home in support of the shutdown, it clearly shows how the people are angry.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Veronica Mente. She is the chairperson of the EFF, giving us a rundown of how they're going to embark on this march to Parliament. Of course, earlier on, we spoke to the Provincial Commissioner of the Police here in the Western Cape, Mr. Thembisile Patekile, basically saying that there have been 3 major incidents that were reported overnight. And one of those, as I've said earlier, is the torching of a My City bus in Khayelitsha. But of course, the driver quickly and acted fast and used the fire extinguisher to put out the fire. The 2 other incidents that have been reported to the police is the issue of oil spillages, both on the R300 as well as on the N1. Of course, the police also saying that they've acted swiftly in terms of trying to ensure that those roads are actually safe. And lastly, near Tanun, on the N7, there were some fellas that were also arrested there for burning tires on the road. I'm going to move out here a little bit because I see the march is proceeding. Unati, on that note, we're going to cross back to you in studio.
All right, let's leave it there for now, Bulelani. Thank you so much for your time. Of course, Bulelani coming to us live there from Cape Town, and he was speaking to the EFF's Veronica Mente. In fact, being asked, you know, have you managed to close down the CBD of Cape Town? And she responded, yes, absolutely. Since midnight, they have been out there in full force as the economic freedom fighters. Well, let's take you here now. EFF Secretary General Marshall Dlamini says they will not be limited to protesting only in certain areas of Durban. Dlamini has led party members on a peaceful march in the Durban CBD as part of the party's nationwide shutdown. He says they plan on moving to areas north of the city this afternoon. Let's get the latest. We now cross to our reporter, Jade Pulser in Durban. Jade, thank you so much for your time and good afternoon to you. Now, interesting there that, Dlamini is saying that they will not, as the EFF, be stopped in entering some areas. Earlier, Julius Malema addressing the crowd in Pretoria saying that they will address certain concerns that they have with the police leaders in KwaZulu-Natal. Talk to us what's been happening and what are the areas of contention there.
Yes, well, a very good afternoon to you and the viewers back at home. And as you can see on your screens, hundreds of EFF members as well as members of society have joined in on the nationwide protest here in eThekwini Metro. There were talks that this particular group were going to take a very slow walk to Gateway, to Umhlanga, as well as to Phoenix. I must tell you that it is scorching hot in Durban. Temperatures are really soaring. Many stops have occurred along the way for this group to regroup, to freshen up, as well as hydrate as they make their trek. I did speak to the SG of the EFF, Marshall Dlamini, earlier, who said they were going to be making their way to Gateway. However, there were talks between the EFF leader as well as SABC. There's a high police contingent with this particular group. As you heard someone just screaming out there, they are going to Florida Road. Yes, a high police contingent on the ground with this particular group as they protest throughout the Durban CBD. We are currently coming from Argyle Road now, where you can see many of the members are just stopped just to rest their feet. It has been a very long walk through the Durban CBD, right across to South Beach, and we find ourselves a mere meters away from Florida Road and Musgrave Centre. So we're not yet sure whether this group is going to be making the trek all the way to Gateway. The verdict is still out on that. When I did probe the SG on that, he did say, well, it depends, Jade. They can either go left or right. Right being into Durban North, left being into Florida and into Musgrave Centre. But yes, this group continues to make a protest, a very peaceful protest, a march. There hasn't been any issues along the way. There hasn't been any clashes with police along the way either. It has been relatively peaceful, holding hands, walking in unison, singing struggle songs, hoisting up of placards. Let's see if we can't engage the SG of the EFF, Marshal Dlamini. Mr. Dlamini, you live on SABC News. Earlier, you and I spoke about where this particular protest will eventually finish. Are you happy with the turnout today of your members?
No, we're very happy. It's a successful protest. It's what we intended. We're happy that not everyone is here. Other fighters are congregating where they are congregating all around the province. And we're still here in high spirits, and the fighters determined to go up until we give the last order. So we're still on the ground and we're busy.
Where exactly are we heading?
No, as I said in the morning, we've got no destination where we're saying we're handing over any memorandum. We're occupying the streets of Durban. As you'll see now, we're going to go past Florida Road to remind police that instead of wasting their resources, there were people that were killed in Florida Road and nothing happened when everyone could see, to show how useless they are. They come and look after peaceful citizens who are just exercising their democratic and constitutional right to raise issues about a collapsed government. And where we're passing is a sign of the high levels of crime, and they've not done anything about it, but all of them, they are here monitoring peaceful citizens who know exactly what they are doing.
Thank you, SG. Well, that was SG of the EFF. Marshal Dlamini just painting a picture for you back at home as this protest continues through Argyle Road. As you heard the SG saying, they're going to swing past Florida Road, and that's where prominent SA rapper Keenan Forbes was fatally killed a month ago alongside his friend, and just the SG talking about the crime in that particular area. So they're going to peacefully protest and march up that road. As you heard him say, he's not going to allude to the media as to where exactly this protest will end up. They do have until this evening. So I suppose we'll leave it there, and I'll hand back to you in studio as we keep you abreast of what's happening in KZN. It's back to you.
Jade, very quickly before I let you go, of course, the big question is, has this march been impactful, or this protest, and how impactful has it been? Of course, we know that the EFF members are across the country, but talk to us about, in terms of your observations, has it been so far been a successful, peaceful, but also impactful march? And more importantly, has the CBD been shut down as the EFF had promised?
Yeah. Well, this morning we were in Inanda where we saw some disruptions in that particular township on the M25. They closed off the roads there. But we never saw any hostility. There was just closing of roads and merely trying to shut down that particular stretch of road into town so that the taxis would not be able to ferry commuters in and out. But the general consensus here in the broader eThekwini Metro is that there hasn't been any violence. It really has been a peaceful protest with sporadic incidents happening here and there. When I probed the SG on that, he did say to me that, criminal elements have tried to creep into this protest. But all in all, it has been a very peaceful one. I'm just going to move my cameraman out of the way as we are walking with a lot of police vehicles in and around this particular stretch of road. So yes, to answer your question, many of them are saying that it has been a very successful protest throughout the cross of the country, but also in eThekwini we've really seen the numbers coming out. Like the SG of the EFF said, there are several smaller protests currently underway in most parts of the province. But here in eThekwini, the numbers really show a sign of unity.
All right, Jade, thank you so much for that. Of course, Jade coming to us live there from Durban, and she earlier spoke to the EFF's Marshal Dlamini. They're saying, of course, maintaining that this is a peaceful protest. Jay telling us there that they will be going to Florida Street momentarily. And of course, as I said earlier, we have reporters across the country monitoring this nationwide shutdown by the EFF. And as we also spoke, they are obviously, unhappy about a number of issues in the country, socio-economic issues, also obviously saying that load shedding needs to come to an end. But interestingly, they maintain their call for President Cyril Ramaphosa to step down and be removed as the president. Let's get more analysis for you now. Let's bring in Dr. Ntsikelelo Breakfast, who joins me now via Zoom. Dr. Breakfast, thank you so much for your time this afternoon. Now, we know, of course, that this protest is a couple of hours in their planned shutdown. Will this protest have the kind of desired effect the EFF envisioned?
Yeah, I think that is a $1 million question, because in some places, for instance, down here in Gqeberha, I think it's business as usual. Most places are open today, as opposed to what I anticipated. So I think your question is something that I've been grappling with in terms of whether the EFF has achieved its intended objective. But at the same time, I think there was a case to be made, though, in terms of the social challenges that we have of inequality, poverty, unemployment. I mean, a lot of people who are on the margins of the economy have been bearing the brunt of unevenness. So I think it was good for them to take a stand against social injustice. I'm not sure about the other demand that they are putting forward, that the president must resign. I'm not speaking on behalf of him, but I think in a democracy, you can only dislodge those who are at the helm of power via electoral means, or you can use parliament. I mean, there are constitutional provisions on how to recall the president, but not sneak in that issue through the back door.
Let's talk then about, those two issues that you've mentioned. Fundamentally, of course, we know that this protest does signal a disconnect with government and the South African citizen. And as you said, the socio-economic problems are, some of the things that it's good for a political party like the EFF to raise, for instance. Just your observations then in terms of how President Cyril Ramaphosa, and in fact how the security cluster have handled this matter ahead of the protest and, of course, during the protest, what we are seeing currently.
Yeah, I've got mixed feelings on that score, largely because, there's this concept of a social contract in a democracy, meaning that, the citizens, they vote for their leaders. In return, those who are at the helm of power have to provide a security. So government has that commitment, and I think by responding the way they have, they were honoring that commitment of the social contract. But also, I think one of the findings of that report of Professor Sandy Africa and that one of Sydney Mufamadi was that there were some gaps in the security architecture. So I think government has tried its level best in terms of bridging those gaps. No wonder they have been very alert of late. But the other issue, Unat, is that you and I were not privy to the intelligence information that is at the disposal of government. We don't know whether there were any security threats that were intercepted that made them to be on standby and also to be ready for any threat that could pose danger to our country.
You raise a very important point, Dr. Breakfast. In fact, I am going to pose that question to our security analyst when we speak to him later. But Dr. Breakfast, I'd like you to pause just for a few minutes while I go now to my reporter, Natasha Piri, who is currently outside the JSE, and she is joined by the EFF's Floyd Shivambo. Natasha, thank you so much for your time this afternoon. If you can hear me, of course, we know that the CBD was very quiet, this afternoon and this morning. Talk to us about what is happening there now and why is Mr. Shivambo there?
Convention Center, and we've now moved, like you've correctly cited, to the JSE. Apologies about that. I couldn't hear you quite clearly, but we're still following the Deputy President here of the EFF, Mr. Floyd Niko Shebamba, as well as the leadership here of the EFF in the province, namely the Provincial Secretary, Moshe Kom. And of course, we are flanked by EFF members here. We'll just ask them how, they deem this day. As you've heard, he said earlier on that this march was quite a success. Mr. Shebambu, you've now moved to this location. How are things? You've deemed this protest as a success so far.
No, look, we are doing very well. It's so far so good. We've got very disciplined ground forces of the EFF. We moved from Alexander and into Sandton, went to Convention Center. We're now at the Johannesburg Stock Exchange to also send a very strong message that the demands that we had given to the JSE in the 2015 March are still relevant up to this day. But also to tell the JSE listed companies that their puppet Ramaphosa is a problem to this country and he must resign as soon as yesterday. So the JSE and all these listed companies must know that we're making a demand that Cyril Ramaphosa must step down as the head of state and president of South Africa, because he has failed this country in a dismal way. He has got no direction. He has got no willingness to solve our crisis. Everything else under him is collapsing. So our protest action is going very well. People were too quick to claim that it's a flop, it's not going to happen. But now we've demonstrated that we've got the power. Cyril Ramaphosa told businesses and everyone else that today is a normal day. He told them that they must open their businesses. He's going to protect them. And the Commander-in-Chief said that today all businesses must be closed. And all businesses listen to the Commander-in-Chief of the Economic Emancipation Movement. Maybe soon he must become the real Commander-in-Chief of the armed forces of South Africa, because that is what he deserves, not this clown of Ramaphosa who is in office now. So we must then now repeat again, wherever he is, Cyril Ramaphosa must step down as a matter of urgency. We want to save this country and take it to a proper direction. This is our country, it's not a country of the ANC, it's not a country of Cyril Ramaphosa.
Your reaction to, apparently there's a letter that you just issued through your spokesperson, Sinawo Tambo, saying that the management of Transnet had told EFF members that they can no longer give them buses because the Minister of Transport had actually threatened them.
Look, there have been so many bus companies that were intimidated from providing transport services to ground forces of the EFF who wanted to attend the mass protest actions, particularly the one that is being led by the Commander-in-Chief in Tshwane. And the EFF had actually paid for some of these buses. And then the Ministry of Transport illegally instructed them to say that they must not transport anyone to an activity of the EFF, and which is unlawful, because this protest action that we're engaged in is not an illegal activity. This is not an illegal gathering. It's a gathering that is protected by the Constitution. We've got a right to interact with anyone. We can hire buses from anyone if we want to do that, to come to a legitimate and legal protest action. But the Minister of Transport has now intimidated bus companies to say that they must not transport anyone. And they utilize this subsidy which they give to bus companies. And then these bus companies as well got to be covered. We're going to follow up on that. They must bring back the money that we have paid them, but also we must take further action against them. We must take action as well against this useless minister who has just arrived in office and already is instructing buses to take illegal actions, to do unlawful, unconstitutional things. So that has been happening, and because it's the desperation of a government that has got no legitimacy amongst the people. It's utilizing the coercive power of the state. That is why it has got more than 3,000 soldiers all over, spending more than 100 million, actually more than 160 million, to try to intimidate South Africans from protesting. Where have you seen that you deploy soldiers to stop a legitimate political protest that is calling for the resignation of the head of state? This is intimidation, and it must not be allowed. So Ramaphosa and his puppets is so desperate to try to suppress the EFF, he will never succeed. He has never succeeded before, he will never succeed in the future, even now today.
Lastly, where to from now? And I know you guys are planning to go to ESCOM. Will you actually eventually get there? But also, what time does this protest actually end? Is it 12 p.m. Will it be 12 p.m.? And furthermore, how can you assure South Africans that going on throughout the evening, everything will be safe and there won't be any violence?
So the 20th of March 2023 is a national shutdown. So it's not business as usual. So the day is not going to go as normal. Already it's half the day now. It's in the afternoon. A lot of businesses have not been operating. So things have not been going as normal. It's not a normal day which Ramaphosa said is going to be. It's a different day. And we are the ones who are enforcing a national shutdown as the economic freedom fighters. So as per this section of the protest, we are going to now go to the head office of ESCOM to go and reiterate our demand for electricity to come back. Remember, at the center of the two major demands out of this protest is the return of electricity. We want electricity to come back. So we can't just go to Central City and the JSE and not go to ESCOM head office. So our final destination today is the ESCOM head office to say to whoever has got the power there that they must stop this thing of switching electricity on and off. Yes. They must just switch it on permanently. We want electricity permanently. This thing of switching electricity on and off must come to an end. That is the message that we're going to deliver when we go to ESCOM today. So the struggle.
All right, that was Natasha Pure in conversation there with the Deputy President of the EFF, Floyd Shivambo, in Sandton CBD, of course, just outside the JSC. A few days ago, of course, the President made some utterances in terms of this being a peaceful protest. But let's now continue with the story. A number of businesses are closed in the Mthatha CBD in the Eastern Cape. This is members of the EFF are marching in the city calling for an end to load shedding and the resignation of President Cyril Ramaphosa. Of course, Fundiswa is on the ground for us. Fundiswa, talk to us about what's happening where you are.
Okay. Thank you very much. We are next to the offices of the Economic Freedom Fighters here in Mthatha, and right behind me are terrible scenes because we can see that the police are now firing tear gas because the protesters or the marchers now are on the busy R61 road, and they are now running all over the place because the police are now shooting or firing rather rubber bullets to the protesters because they are blockading the R61 road, which is very busy. The protesters have come back to their offices because they believe they have done what they came here to do. But right now I have Umandisa as Makesini, who is the member of the Central Command team of the Economic Freedom Fighters. Mandisa, what is happening right now? What is happening?
We are not sure why the police are behaving like this, because this is a peaceful protest movement. There is no any drama that has been caused by the members. So we are not sure what is happening. We don't know why the police are behaving like this, because it's a peaceful protest. They are starting just to misbehave so that they don't want this protest to continue, but will continue till midnight. We are not going to be intimidated by the police. Our application, we told them we are going to picket till midnight. We still have our time, so we are not sure why are they behaving like this. The police, we don't know know what is happening.
But they believe that your members are disrupting the flow of traffic on the busy R61 road.
Apply to picket in all the national roads, in all the local roads. R61 is part of the road that is next to our office. When you want to go to the CBT, which road must we take if you can take R61?
What can you say about today? Are you satisfied with what happened? Because it was supposed to be a shutdown and a lot of businesses were operating and very few were closed.
We are very happy about the response that we've got in OR Tambo region. Yes, other areas of the business, they operate like as business as normal, but majority also, they didn't open, they listened to the advice of the EFF. We still continue, it's not the first time, it's not the last time. We are very happy about the progress of the work that is happening.
Thank you very much, Mandisa. As you can see, guys, there is a member of the EFF here who says that he was shot with a rubber bullet. The police just left the scene and are monitoring the situation at a distance.
Right, Fundiswa Msekude there, of course, she can't hear me properly because of that commotion. But of course, we will return to her members there blocking R61 road. Now, let's take you to where one of my colleagues is, Nozintombi Mia. I think she is in Tembisa. Nozintombi, if you can hear me, talk to us about developments there. What's been happening?
Yeah, thank you so much. We are in Tembisa. A little bit earlier, we were standing in one of the streets that had been blocked off with rubble, burning tire, and debris strewn all over the floor. It was a little bit dangerous for us, so we've moved positions because the road itself is quite difficult to navigate, and there's cars, taxis, and people are trying to clear up in that area. So where we're standing now, we are still in Tembisa. We are right in front of the taxi rank called the Sangweni taxi rank. And we know that the taxi industry has said that they would not support the shutdown. And, on the surface, what it should have been business as usual. But making our way from the first point where we did our earlier crossing to here, we saw a cavalcade of the taxi association cars, at least 20 deep, all following in a motorcade, driving very slowly. You can see that they were doing their patrols. You can see it was a coordinated effort by the taxi industry, by the taxi bosses, taxi leadership, to ensure that no further violence took place throughout the course of the day. What we also saw is that they were themselves, as the taxi industry, blocking off some of the roads that had been strewn with debris and clearing up that debris to make sure that they give taxis and normal passenger vehicles access to the road to be able to move unimpeded. And this taxi rank here at Sangweni, which is usually a very bustling taxi rank at around this time, just after 3:30 towards 4 o'clock, when most people are knocking off, come back from work, what is usually supposed to be a bustling area is extremely quiet. Many people here in Tembisa opted to rather stay at home and avoid being part of the protest because they had anticipated that there'd be violence. And Tembisa is one of those townships that spread over quite a large area. And when protesting broke out early in the morning, community members from Winnie Mandela Zone 15 then obviously told the rest of the community in Tembisa all the way further down that this is what was happening. So a lot of them were proactive and they took steps to make sure that they don't get caught up in that melee. What we do know, however, is that officials in Ekurhuleni say that they spotted around 400 EFF members making their way towards OR Tambo along Craft Road. So that is a development that we're watching very closely, that they say they are quite concerned about. They do have police presence, and they will be making sure that they monitor each and every single movement by that group of EFF members.
Ntombi Mia, thank you so much. Coming to us live there outside Tembisa taxi rank. We now go back to Jade Pausa, who is in Durban CBD. Earlier, they were marching, the EFF members, to Florida Road. We understand, though, that some members are being stopped by police not to enter that road. You will recall, of course, that is a very infamous road. But let's go now to Jade Pausa. Talk to us about what's happening there.
Well, yes, we've just arrived in Florida Road now, and the EFF have just been stopped by police. They cannot enter this particular line here. I'm just going to bring in the SG because he was talking to some of the SAPS members. SG, Marshal Dlamini, what exactly happened? Why aren't you allowed to enter the road? Did they indicate as to why?
No, there's no indication. They just decided that they're going to stop us. But it's exactly what I said earlier on, that they said we must only go and protest in the areas of black people. Now we're in Florida, where whites and all of them, they stay. They decided to block the road and no consultation. They just pulled guns on us, then intimidation with an intention to just shoot at us. Now we just one of them, the police, has come to me and said, SG, even ourselves, we don't agree with this order that has been given by Mkwanazi, because apparently Mkwanazi has got businesses here. So he said to these people, they must shoot at us. That's why they are removing all those kumbis and trucks that were escorting us since 10 a.m. They're saying remove those trucks so that we can just shoot at these people. That's it. There's no any other reason. It's been a peaceful protest. You've been with us since 10 a.m. That's exactly. Even private security saying, guys, leave. We don't know what is happening. These people, they just want to shoot at you. And they're saying it's Mkwanas who gave them that order, the provincial whatever that rubbish is.
SG, do you perhaps think that maybe it's because there's no directive as to why or where exactly this protest is going? Earlier they did ask you, I overheard them asking where exactly are you going to end the protest?
There's never been a directive, if that was the question. Why were they comfortable when we were walking in the streets where there's poor and forgotten people? Now that we come and touching the right owners of the economy and those that are in cahoots with government to run this country, why do they have an issue now? Because we said that in the morning, said yesterday that we're going to shut down and protest on each and every street. And they never had a problem. Even now, to demonstrate, they don't say let's disperse, saying go back to where black people like you live, where poor people live, not here in these affluent areas. They're not saying to us there's a time limit or anything. They're just saying they don't want us in the suburb area because, yeah, it's an area reserved for certain races and we don't give a damn about that. That's the issue, it's racism. And the police are in the forefront, led by Mkwanas, whoever the guy is. Because there's no reason, they're not giving us a reason. Why should we go? They say, go back to that side, which they told us in the morning that don't come to places where white people stay. That's where we are now, and that is offending them.
Will you move? Will you be moving at all?
No, if they want to shoot us, he's here. He said they want to shoot us. That's why they removed bakis. They've told us that he said they must remove those trucks because he's organizing the shoot. That's why they open bullets. He's here. If he wants to shoot, let him shoot now. He's here. He said he's told that he must shoot. Let him shoot. Speak to him. He's here.
All right, that was Jade Pausa coming to us from Durban. Now, she's busy speaking to the EFF's Secretary General, Marshal Dlamini. Of course, he's saying that EFF members have been limited to protest to certain areas in Durban, so-called white areas in Durban, and they've been restricted to only go to township areas. Now, that interview was obviously following them wanting to enter Florida Road. You'll recall that is the infamous road in Durban that led, where we saw the rapper AKA being shot. But of course, we'll continue to take you to our reporters across the country where we'll be giving you rolling coverage. All right, let's take you now to Pretoria, where EFF Julius Malema, the president of the EFF, was addressing his members earlier.
Comrades, we're going to ask the president of the PAC, comrades Mzalele Nyoso, to come and greet you.
You have to sit down.
Here's the president of the PAC. He has a progressive name. His name is Mzwanele. That's a progressive name. Izweletu. Africa. Thank you, Comrade Mzwanele. Leaders, greetings.
I'm told I must come and greet you, and I greet you, comrades. We are here as PAC, we are part of this. We want Ramaphosa to go, we want load shedding to end, and we want everything. The CIC has said so. There is no memorandum, but we understand the goal. And we are here, we want to attain that goal. So we are happy to be here, comrades, and I'm not going to say too long. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, come. Amanda! Amanda! Okay, we're now going to also ask one of our leaders that is also here. Some of them have spoken already, but because we're building up, it's a warm-up, we've got time. We've got time, comrade. Where's Comrade Carl? Comrade Carl, I give you 2 minutes. Say something for 2 minutes. Amandla! Down with Ramaphosa, down! Down with Ramaphosa, down! Comrades, we outside the President's house. He does not deserve to live in this house. He has exploited our people. He is the butcher of Marikana. He is responsible for all the load shedding. He is the man who stuffed his mattresses and his furniture with dollars. We tell him enough is enough. We say, Cyril Ramaphosa, your time is up. We as the people are here. We are waiting to see you leaving this house. We're waiting to see you taking your jacket and get down the street. But we know where you must go. Because down the street, at the end of the street, is Hosi Mampuru prison. And that is where Cyril Ramaphosa and all the criminals together with him belongs. So comrades, let us be disciplined. But at the same...
All right, let's take you back to my colleague Jade Paulser, who is on the ground for us in Durban. Earlier, she was speaking to Secretary General Marshal Dlamini. Jade, if you can hear me, we got cut off there, but when you were speaking to Marshal Dlamini, what is the way forward now?
Well, yes, we are still on Florida Road where the EFF are trying to find common ground with SAPs that are cordoning off this particular stretch of road. We are told that the order came from the Provincial Commissioner in Nhlanhla Mkwanazi to not allow the EFF members into the road, Florida Road. We're just trying to find out more information with regards to this. SG, if I can just steal you, we got cut off earlier on. Have you gotten some sort of clarity from SAPS as whether you can proceed or not?
No, there's no clarity. They're saying Mkwanas, he said he doesn't want us to interfere with this place. This is a place of Mkwanas. That's a directive we're getting from them. No clarity. There's no difference from what we are doing since morning. And they're not even saying we must disperse. No, they're saying go to that place, because this place is reserved for specific race. That's what they are doing. They are perpetuating racism, but they think we're scared of them and threatening us with guns. How do you just, on people who are peacefully protesting, you just pull guns on them and say, go this way? When you ask them, who said that? Because the lady of police that was given to us since morning, she's here. They've overpowered her because Mkwana, as he said, going to interfere with these private businesses. That's the nonsense we're dealing with in this country, but it's going to come to an end very soon.
He's
running away now.
Are you going
to be a leader? I said to him, give us the name of this person. He's busy running away, going up and down like a fool, instead of telling us exactly what is happening.
Earlier on, I asked you before we got cut off, will the EFF be moving from Florida Road, or are you going to wait for clarity with regards to...
You must come here and give us clarity, because by the time we leave, we need to know who's this person, because we're not going to let it rest. We're not going to allow gangsters to come and hijack state institutions like police. Gangsters who've got businesses here, they never had a problem when we were in the city center, where ordinary people stay. Now that we're affecting their customers, their whites that stay here, they've got a problem because they've got interest and they are in the pockets of these business people that stay here. And we're not going to allow that. He must come and tell us, who is this person that issued a directive? They can't all of them run around and say it's a directive from where? From heaven. There's no heaven. He must tell us who issued that directive. directive, but he's a coward. He's hiding behind them, because if he was brave, he was supposed to leave that office and come and put that directive here himself. But he's a coward. We know cowards are like that. They hide behind ordinary policemen who are on the ground doing their work. They have to follow the rules. But that coward is hiding. They must tell him he must come and issue that directive.
Well, as you can see on your screens and hear, the EFF disgruntled, one of the leaders there, the SG, Marshall Dlamini, very angry, saying that he wants his members to be allowed to proceed and to enter into Florida Road. I'm just going to ask if Spook can get a bit closer so we can see what exactly police are talking about there. Maybe we can just try and find out what exactly the next chain of command will possibly be. I see there was a gentleman here that was talking to the SG. If Spook can just walk with me and we can just try and get some clarity. Sorry, sir.
Yeah, simple. Everybody's got rights. The general committee also got rights. So we must now say clearly he had this opportunity to have rights. Simple.
Sorry, sir, just to get some clarity, I see that you spoke.
I got a communications officer. This gentleman, that's Colonel Brigadier Nike, will talk to you. Yes.
Well, that's one of the SAPS members here telling the media that, he's not going to be speaking to us. Brigadier Jane Naika, who is the spokesperson of the SAPS in the province, he will speak to us. But just to show you on your screens here, many of the members are standing and waiting to hear what the final verdict is, whether they can proceed into Florida Road, just standing and waiting for the SG to give them confirmation and more information. Let's see if we can speak to some of them, actually. Let's just move this way and see if we can speak to some of these members over here who've spoken this walk with me. You're live on SABC News, ma'am. How do you feel right now? You're not allowed into Florida Road. Okay, now let's move from here. So I think I'll hand back to you in studio as we try and find out more information on the ground. But what I can tell you now is the Provincial Commissioner, Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, has given a directive to SAPS on the ground who have been following this peaceful protest. We are now in Florida Road. We're going to find out what is going to happen now. The EFF want to come into Florida Road. However, they have been blocked and stopped by a very large police contingent. Spoo, if you can just swing your camera around and show the viewers back at home some of the police on the ground. I see they're still trying to find out if they can proceed into Florida Road. Let's try and listen.
It's you who saying we must turn it.
Now you are putting words into my mouth.
I'm asking a direct question.
Yes.
So it's your authority that blocks the road for us to say we must not pass
My
it.
authority is quite simple.
No.
I am protecting the community.
From what?
In
From
terms
what?
of making sure that I can have this road to be open. So clearly, we
But we would have long passed here. We're not even stopping anyway until this arrogance and there is this wrong road.
No, in no way arrogant. We are negotiating.
But okay, I'm asking you a final question.
Yes.
Is it you who's issuing a directive that we cannot pass here? That's what I'm asking. Is it you, sir? Yes or no?
What do you mean it was me?
It's you. You said you are.
I am the authority.
Firstly, you said to me.
I am the authority.
Firstly, you said to me.
I'm not going to argue with you, sir.
You said to me first.
End of the day, I'm not
You said to me. No, it's not about our argument.
The issue
it's about just being an honest police. That's it.
We put a police line here. Simple as that.
Yeah, but
clearly,
but even if you put a police line, you've got a responsibility to communicate with us and say why.
Didn't we communicate with you?
No, I'm talking to you.
Yes. So now
I'm saying to you. No.
We're speaking the same language.
It's fine. I'm saying to you, you've got a responsibility.
We asked you why did you just throw guns without engaging us?
No.
That's my question.
Barushma.
Sorry, yes.
Brother, you are not honest.
No, I am honest, sir. But at the end of the day,
you are not an honest
I'm not
police
here to
guy.
negotiate with you.
Whoever is putting pressure on you is going to leave you in a mess.
No,
because
it's
I'm
not
asking you a direct question.
Yes.
Are you the one who's stopping us to pass
We
it?
are telling you clearly we are diverting you because we have that right. We're
see,
giving
you can't-
you now,
you
we are
see,
giving you a route. You are failing to take that
you can't
route.
answer.
Now clearly, now I'm answering you. I'm telling you clearly, you cannot do your own thing. We are giving you now route.
You are too old. Are you going to lie as well? You are too old to lie.
Member of Parliament, security decide.
But the member of Parliament,
I can't lie.
If that one,
but you were there when he said, even yourself, it's from the above.
we need to defend a man. We are security.
Let's go. Fighters, let's go.
Will you be leaving, SG?
Yeah, let's go.
Well, there you have it. EFF members will now be making their way through Argyle Road back to Musgrave, seemingly conceding.
You can see what is going on now.
We are not safe at all about what is happening right now. We are not here. We are not here to kill anything, but you are here just for piece of mash. Now people they are trying to kill us. We are not safe.
We are doing our civil rights.
Well, there you have it. Whilst we bring you the latest on the ground and take you through exactly where this protest will eventually end up, we're not yet sure. There were talks that we would possibly go to Mhlanga, to Gateway, and then there were also talks of Phoenix, but there's been several changes throughout the course of the day, making our way here to Florida. Obviously, access has been denied, but I'll hand back to you in studio, and maybe we can touch base later on as I'll have the latest for you on the grounds.
All right, Jade Porter, thank you so much for your time. Of course, the man you've been seeing there negotiating with police to go into Florida Road was Marshal Dlamini. Of course, we'll go back to Jade and just get the very latest there a little bit later on. But let's take you now back to Fundiswa Mhlekude, who is on standby there for us. That, of course, Fundiswa is coming live to us from Mthatha. Earlier you saw there she was with members of the EFF who were being prevented from being on that road next to their offices, and we also saw some tear gas and some injured members of the EFF. But let's take you back to Fundiswa. Fundiswa, what is the latest now? It looks like it's very quiet compared to the scenes that we saw earlier.
Thank you very much. We are still here outside the offices of the economic freedom fighters here in Mthatha, just close to the R61 road. Earlier on, we saw terrible scenes where the police were firing rubber bullets, stun grenades and tear gas to the marchers because they believe they were blocking the R61 road, as you can see behind me. But the leadership, the situation has calmed down now because the leadership of the economic freedom fighters spoke to the police, and now the situation has calmed down. The members are standing next to the offices. The police are on both sides of the road monitoring the situation. But with me now to tell us more exactly what happened is Mandisa Makesini, the member of the Central Command Team of the EFF. But let me tell you first that the police, after they fired shots at the rubber bullet shot rather to the marchers, the members or marchers rather retaliated by throwing stones at them. Mandisa, thank you very much once again. What exactly happened?
We really don't know. When we asked the police what is happening, because the fighters were just protesting as usual, because we started in the morning, we've been protesting all the roads in Mthatha. They told us they were blocking the R61 road. So we told them, why you didn't ask us to intervene if you feel there's a problem, because we are closer to the office. They just have their lunch so that we can continue with our protest, because our protest will finish midnight. So the police, they just want to, they don't have explanation. They just want to destabilize the protest. Maybe they want to go home. They don't want to be with us till midnight, because they invited themselves. We didn't invite them. We didn't invite them. So we'll continue to protest till midnight. Our time is 12 o'clock midnight. We are not going to stop by the police, by any intimidation of the police.
We saw some of your members with a rubber bullet or wound. How many of them?
Here, they're just 2. But early in the morning, also, it's not the first time this incident happened. We have 2 students that they end up being hospitalized. There are 2, which means we have 4 fatalities. That they are not just serious. They are serious because I think they are serious, especially for those in the hospital. We are still going to take these 2 students and take them to the hospital to check how deep is the the whatever that happened here.
In the morning, what was the cause of all that?
Again, it was a peaceful protest. The police, they just came with a rubber grenade and shoot to the protesters.
Okay, earlier when we were speaking, I asked if you were satisfied with what happened because the march, it was supposed to be a shutdown, yet there were so many other businesses that were operating. Are you happy because we couldn't hear properly because of the chaos?
We are happy with the response that we got to the ordinary citizen of South Africa and the organization that has supported us. We are also happy with those businesses that they hindered to the call of the EFF to close their businesses. But we understand there are those who cannot listen because the police told them to open, there will be no problem. And also the police were right. We were not here to vandalize the business of the people, but we requested those who want to join us and those who don't want any incident that will happen next to their business to close their business. But the response general that we're getting in our Tambo region is very positive from the growth of the EFF.
Thank you very much. Mandi Samakesine, the member of the Central Command team of the Economic Freedom Fighters, saying that they have 4 injuries, 4 injured members of their EFF, 2 of them are already in hospital after they were shot at by the police in the morning. Back to you in studio.
Fundiswa Mhlekude, thank you so much for that update in Mthatha on the R61 road. Now, we're going to wrap up our conversation with Dr. Ntsikelelo Breakfast.
Not normal. You know, after this march was announced, I'm sorry, Bonile, in the last 3 days, load shedding was minimal. That shows, Ukuba, load shedding, it is man-made. It is man-made by Ramaphosa that wants to create EIPP business for his family and his friends. We saw in the last 3 days increased police visibility. Now that shows you, Ukuba, there is enough capacity to protect you as a people. But the government does not want to protect you. He wants to protect Lotatu Hlala up. We are saying as the ATM, Utatu Ramaphosa must resign now. Makahambe aye pala. Makahambe ayohlala ne-uncle zakhe. Apha in the union buildings, Apha in this state house, South Africa deserves a permanent president, not a part-time president. That is full-time a farmer, full-time businessman, but a part-time president. So we want to say to you, people of South Africa, there is no one that is coming to save you. That is why you need to take a stand. That is why you need to correct this country. I'm not be comfortable. Abantwana bakho, what kind of a country will they inherit? What kind of a parent are you? You are witnessing the destruction of the future yabantwana bakho. Ulibele uhlala endlini, awunayo ne-passport. Because abo bane-passport, when South Africa collapses, they take their passport, they run to another country. Wena uzobaleka uyephi? So South Africans, wake up. This is your only country. Fight for your country. Fight to restore the dignity of Abantu Benu. Make sure Ukuba in South Africa gets to be transformed. Amanda! We're going to have one song from this comrade. Malema siabo sobonzem, malema siabo. Wasasangus, malema siabo sobonzem, malema siabo sobonzem. Sesino 10 years, emkwateni namanje socialism. Sesino 10 years. Socialism, Dalilis will a cocovet, Dalilis will a want of Dalilis swela kokobe, yalele swela bantabonyanga, yalele sochocho, yalele swela bantabonyanga, yalele sochocho, yalele swela bantabonyanga. Aye mama we mama we mama we mama we mama we mama we Yeah, well done, fighters, comrades. Your discipline is really much appreciated. If we continue along this way, we'll make sure that the evening arrives when everything is still in order. Now, this panel here has not been very balanced. I'm looking for a woman speaker. Is there any woman speaker that can come and share some few words? Yeah, where's the woman? Yeah, Sabtu is here. Sabtu is here. Here's the PSC of Sabtu to say a few words.
Amandla. Amandla. Qina msebenzi uzonqoba qina. Qina msebenzi uzonqoba qina. Away with Angolas away. Away with Angola away. Amandla. Comrades, we must tell the South Africans that their monies, they are continuing to be wasted. Because when we called for the shutdown, they say there is going to be a chaos in the country. They put the SAPS all over. What was the use of such and for such wasteful expenditure? We've got a government who continues continuously. They don't want to account to the citizens of the country. Because the reality is, there was no threat in the country at all. The message has been clear that we are going to shut down the country and that was going to be done peacefully. So there was no point to deploy the SAPS on the street. There was no point to deploy your South African National Defence Force on the street. But because there is always an appetite to misuse the funds of the country, there's always an appetite not to account to the citizens of the country. So comrades, it is clear that if we continue to call for a shutdown, we've got a solution to load shedding. Sifumeni response to load shedding. Ukuti kahle kahle, there was no point, it's a man-made crisis. That is why it was uphela kaitanda. So there are people who still have got a consciousness that is alive. There are people that take country seriously, but they don't want to take the country seriously. You can imagine the country was approaching stage 8 up to stage 16. What is that if only a shutdown can make load shedding to end? Just a call for a shutdown and we don't see the load shedding. So it is clear, comrades, that the ANC will have to agree.
The marchers are in front of these convoy of vehicles.
they've just passed us. Also, lots of policemen on the ground. They are walking behind the marchers. The traffic officials as well are on the ground, they're directing traffic. The impact of the march in Cape Town, Unati, well, it's difficult to tell because in the early hours of today it was raining, and maybe perhaps hence this march was delayed because it was scheduled to start at 11 o'clock, but it started very late. So the CBD, but the business are operating. If you're looking at Plain Street here in Parliament, just opposite Parliament, the shops that are in Plain Street were opened today. People were doing their business, shopping. If you're looking around even here, it's not that dead quiet. You see some people who would say maybe they are walking back, they are coming back from work, they are walking back home. You see there's lots of cars around here. An indication maybe perhaps that people are going back, they were at work. So the impact in the CBD, it was, I wouldn't say business as usual, but business was operating, maybe not at the same level or capacity that they used to operate with, but they were opened. As you can see, there were some people who worked today, even on the N1, when you come to the city center. When I was driving to the city center this afternoon, the N1, there was traffic presence, but the traffic was smoothly. There was no roadblocks that were there on the N1 that is coming to the CBD. Unati.
Lulama, of course, we heard from Veronica Mente from the EFF earlier saying that, she denies and distances herself from some of the violence that we saw in Cape Town, particularly that torching of the My City bus. Talk to us about any arrests made there and also just some of, the unruliness that we saw earlier that was reported in Cape Town.
Well, Unati, besides those incidents that the mayoral committee member that is responsible for safety and security that have been reported, the torching of the bus, our colleagues who were attacked in the township in the early hours of today, there hasn't been developments besides those. But I guess, Unati, we will hear later in the day, maybe early evening, when they are doing another roundup of the incidents that happened here in Cape Town. But generally, there was low incident levels in Cape Town, not as much. Well, yes, there were sporadic incidents there, and there even the march here, members of EFF that are marching to Parliament. It's not a lot. It's not what we were anticipating, because we were expecting that maybe there will be hundreds of marchers, but the turnout is not as maybe they had expected, because maybe some are saying because of the weather, because Cape Town in the early hours of today, it was raining, but now it is cleared. Well, the sun is not out, it's cloudy, but at least it's not raining anymore. Unati.
All right, Lulama, thank you so much for your time. That's Lulama Magia reporting live there for us as EFF members make their way to Parliament. All right, let's now take you to Richards Bay, where we see...
Fighters and comrades, this is a very important week. If you look at the agenda of this week, an interesting agenda item is happening on Wednesday.
In Richards Bay, I must say that things have looked quite very calm here in Richards Bay, because there hasn't been any incident apart from one last night where police confiscated tires that were allegedly meant to be burnt and also used to barricade the main road, the John Ross Highway, which links this port town of Richards Bay with Empangeni as well as the N2. I must also say that
this road in particular, Malema did talk about it. Julius Malema, the EFF's president, is saying that there mustn't be any operation of the port. We know that that port uses this route, especially by the trucks, as well as the railway system. There shouldn't be any operations. As we are seeing today, there's none of that is happening here. So there's no operation by the ports. And also the Transnet Ports Authority releasing a statement last week saying that they will be suspending all their operations as from Sunday, yesterday, and also today. So there's a huge impact, especially economically, and also a number of businesses have closed shops here in Richards Bay, but there are some that are still open. We're here at the taxi rank. This also links with the main shopping mall. I must also perhaps ask our camera person Tulani Ngo just to pan so that you can see the number of people who are going on about their daily routine, traveling to various areas, also goes to Mozambique, this area, and also going as far as Nongoma, and also Durban. There are passengers who are going through to those areas out here in Richards Bay, which is also next to Mpangeni, another busiest town next to Richards Bay. Let us now talk to some of the locals who have been here. We're also going to see if they've been able to travel by taxis and also buses. We heard earlier on that buses were also suspended. Sabona sisi kunjani usitshela nje afushana ukuthi ojwayele ukwenza ngosuku namhlanje wenzile qala igama nesibongo.
Okay, mina igama lami ngufezile wakashani ngihlala eMadlakala. Ngingasho nje ukuthi lesi siteleka kahle kahle nathi sisiphazamisile singabasebenzi. Mina nje ngiyasebenza kodwa namhlanje angikwazanga ukuya emsebenzini ngoba i-transport engigibela ibhasi, amabhasi abengekho angithatha lana ezoyongibe emsebenzini.
Oh, so awuyanga emsebenzini?
Angiyanga emsebenzini.
Okay, siyabonga kakhulu. Okay, ake sizomunye ke manje sizwe ukuthi wena uthini. Sicela nje usondele uze ngapha. The first speaker saying that she was unable to go to work because buses were not in operation today. Let's just hear from you sizwe ukwena ojwayele ukwenza kwenzekile namhlanje uzasebenza noma wenzani. Sicela nje ubheke ngala sitshele nje akushane wena udaba lakho namhlanje lithini khona ukuphazamiseka obe nakho namhlanje.
Nginohlahla wakadlamini angisebenzi but ngiphazamisele obengithi ngize edrobheni ngithi ngize izitolo ngifica izitolo ivaliwe ezinye so into ebengithi ngizoyenza ngicine ngasayenza.
So isiteleka uyasupporta noma cha?
Ngiyasupport. Sikhathele manje lento esiphilayo la eSouth Africa sesikhathele.
Niphila impilo enjani kahle hle?
Lento kagesi nenhlangano lokho besithembisa into eziningi engenzeki. So nje mahlala eMadlakala sinenkinga yamanzi kwathiwa ngephinde ehambe kodwa yahamba nje so nje ayi indaba zepolitiki nje hayi sesidiniwe somphakathi.
Okay, siyabonga kakhulu. Okay, she's saying that she's not working. She was meant to come here in this town of Richards Bay to visit some of the shops, but those shops were unfortunately closed, so she was not able to buy whatever items she meant to buy. She's saying that she's also supporting this national shutdown. She's also saying that she's not satisfied with the pace of service delivery, especially about water in Mandlankala, that is a township next to Richards Bay. So these are some of the views that are coming from the ground. People saying that they're not satisfied with some of the service delivery, especially when it comes to water, crime, high unemployment rate, as well as the load shedding that has forced the EFF leader Julius Malema and also his leadership to take to the streets of South Africa, saying that President Cyril Ramaphosa must be removed from the office, and also due to the load shedding that is currently being implemented, is saying that the country must also rise up against the president of Cyril Ramaphosa, calling for his head. So that's the situation right here in Richards Bay. Currently, we can see that the roads have got quite a minimal number of, motorists, and also some of the cars that we have seen on the road. What you can also say is that there are no trucks because it's usually lots of traffic, especially regarding the John Ross Highway. Today there's none of that. There are no trucks on the road leading up to the port city, one of the busiest port city in the country of South Africa and also in Africa.
Vusi Khumalo, thank you so much for your update, of course, giving us the very latest from Richards Bay. It's not business as usual, as we can see. All right, let's continue now to give you coverage of this national shutdown. As you can see, those are visuals coming. Reporter Jade Pulsar, who's been in conversation with the EFF's Marshal Dlamini, of course, raising some pertinent issues there about their march and how police have not allowed them to peacefully protest through the city of Durban. Of course, those visuals a little bit shaky there, but they are coming to us live from Durban. They were not allowed to go into Florida Road a little bit earlier on. And of course, Dlamini saying that this is a concern that they will raise with the commissioner a little bit later on. But let's take you to this conversation now. Police, through the National Joint Operational and Intelligence Structure, the NAT joints, say they have now arrested 87 protesters across the country for public violence-related offences. The arrests come as members of the EFF protest against social and economic challenges faced by South Africans, including crime, corruption, load shedding and unemployment, amongst others.
That is chaotic, and EFF that is an anarchist by nature. Will prove them exactly what we are. We are a highly disciplined organization that abides by the rule of law at all material conditions, but whereas in consistently those whom we want to hold to accountable defy these laws were made to go out to the streets and have these protests such as this nature. That is why we are here at the #1 of this country that was brought to us by the white monopoly capital, by the faction of the ANC, by the establishment. We are here to protest against him. Why? Watata imali $520,000 that even SARS has no idea how it came into the country. Yatholakala ngaphansi kwamatrasi, ngaphansi kwesofa, endlini yakhe ePhalaphala. If that was not worse enough, he went on to go and use the very same blue uniform that is supposed to wage a war against rape, that was supposed to wage a war against legitimate crimes that have been reported to the police, such as murder, such as assault. Sent those police to go and look for people without a court case. Went on to go and assault a female that was working for him there. Washaywa umama walimaswa, and nothing happened. We're here to call upon Ramaphosa to do the honorable thing and resign. So that someone who has principle, someone who holds the oath of office can occupy it. This is the very same Ramaphosa who is at the center now of unbundling ESCOM. They made a budget. Just right now, the new Minister of Electricity and Dancing is appointed. The Minister of Finance tables the budget. Within the budget, they have money for transmission and distribution, but they do not have a budget for generation. The first thing that that guy who loves to dance says is that we must look at the selling of generators. Now that means that all the electricity that will be coming to our households will not be generated by ESCOM. The only work that ESCOM now will be doing is to distribute and transmit electricity. white people are going to buy over generators. They're going to buy over all the substations. They're going to buy over what produces electricity in this country. What does it mean for me and you? It means that when we have angered those who own the generators, they will just simply switch it off. And ESCOM will not be able to distribute it. ESCOM will not be able to transmit it to our homes. What does it mean? It means that they can increase the amount of money that we pay for ESCOM at any given time. There is no amount of money that white people who are citizens of this country will have to buy over those substations. Zothengwa abelungu abahlale America, zothengwa abelungu abahlale England. We are going to have our electricity run from the house there in England. We are going to have our electricity run outside the borders of this country. But the founding principles of ESCOM by its nature was never to generate profit. ESCOM was made simply and established so that there can be a stable energy grid in South Africa. That energy grid is supposed to supplement companies. That energy grid is supposed to supplement households, so that those companies can actually transform the economy of the country, which will equate to jobs. So that is why we are here, fighters. That is why we are here, citizens of this country, to call upon Cyril Ramaphosa to fall and to leave and vacate office, and for the stopping of load shedding in this country. Amandla, away too.
Thank you, Chairperson. Comrades, nobody except the ANC in South Africa can mobilize a national protest that takes place everywhere except the EFF. I must congratulate all of you for your discipline, but above all for putting your bodies on the line, despite the threats, some of which were displayed on television. You said, "Syoinyofa, asichiki." And that is the spirit with which I would like to invite our Commander-in-Chief, President of the Economic Emancipation Movement in the entire continent and the African diaspora, President Julius Malema. Comrade President.
Amanda! 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 Awe Ramaphosa, awe! Asiwe Srata Marukhwana, asiwe! Amanda! Comrades, I want to take this opportunity to thank all of you and the people of South Africa and all the political formations that joined this struggle. We also want to thank the unions and the civil movement that said to us, this is our struggle. Although started by the EFF, we also own this struggle. We are grateful that there are still political formations and unions that are not governed by egoism. That because the issue was started by so and so, even if I agree with it, I will not say because it was started by so and so. That's how the enemy wins, through the division of the left. It is high time that the left must unite in South Africa, in Africa, in the diaspora. Because this animal we are facing is called capitalism. It's too huge for us to defeat it as a divided left forces. So if you say you are left and you are sitting at home comfortably on a couch watching this action on the picket lines, you must start doubting yourself, because the left forces cannot see at home on a comfortable couch when ESCOM is being dismantled, is being privatized, especially its critical component of generation. Because ESCOM is nothing except generation. Once you take away generation of electricity from ESCOM, it becomes a shell. Its role will be only to distribute, meaning ESCOM will become a middleman between a person who generates electricity and ourselves, who are the consumers of electricity. We cannot afford to have ESCOM as a middleman. And this one in this house of ours is the one who's privatizing ESCOM, is the one who's selling Transnet, is the one who sold SAA in a dodgy dealing, is the one that is destroying state-owned enterprises that were inherited from apartheid. Let's take Transnet for instance. If Transnet used to transport so many tons, let's say 100,000 tons to Richards Bay during apartheid, today Transnet transports 40,000 tons, way less than what they used to transport during apartheid. That tells you that the current government found an institution that was working and they destroyed it. Prasa today, all the stations where our people used to catch the train, today they are all destroyed and there are no longer trains going to fetch our people. Yet they took it from apartheid as a functional institution. So this one used that opportunity, a capitalist of note, then saw a loophole to sell our product to his own friends and family. Because this guy, his real surname is not Ramaphosa, it's Minel. Because this guy, one day, when we have time, we'll tell the history of this guy. He was identified by a British woman during the scouts in Soweto as a young man. And then after identifying him, they adopted him as a child for this British family. When apartheid was refusing this white woman to visit him in Soweto, the white woman will sneak in to see him because his father was a policeman. When it became more and more difficult, the British family handed him over to the Minel family. And that's where he got this accent. This accent is not fake like that one of Tulima Tonsela. This one is real. Because this one stayed with whites, ate with whites. They taught him fork and knife at an early age. So that's why if he speaks to you as a black person, you must look at his facial expression. And when a white man comes through and he speaks to a white man, his facial expression changes immediately because he's in a happy place with a family of white people. So here, the ANC was hijacked by a project of the Minel family, the Oppenheimer family, the Rupert family, and all those families that were meeting Mandela when Mandela was still staying in the Minal's house where Cyril was adopted. Mandela, when he came out of prison, this one sneaked himself into the reception committee. When you look at the video, you will see Cyril pushing people for Mandela and Winnie to pass. When they moved from Soweto, from Cape Town, they went to stay, Mandela went to stay in a Minal's family, not in the same yard, in the same house, same breakfast. Mandela used to be seen on the corridors by Minal's children in pajamas because this one hijacked Mandela.
And intelligence structures for this particular shutdown will somehow, form a precedent for future kind of, crimes that we need to be sorted out in this country, and they might not stand up to it. So why then is this one a little bit different? I know that you've mentioned, certain reports that have shown gaps in the system and in the way in which a security cluster is done. And in fact, also the report by Sydney Mufamadi also exposed those gaps. So what then, from now, do they need to do, to make such responses better for the future?
Thanks, Matty. I think so we avoid the similar uprisings, if I were to put it that way, for the lack of better word. So we need to look at conditions that
be a deputy president. Mandela committed that this one will be a deputy president.
To this shutdown today, the condition that gave rise to the then
ANC
2021
that
July.
elected Thabo Mbeki.
Now,
Mandela appointed Thabo Mbeki, the deputy president of the country. This guy left the ANC. He threw his his toys out of the court and left the ANC because he thought Mandela promised him and he was entitled to become a president. This we are seeing now has been an agenda from the unbanning of the ANC and all political parties that the project of the Oppenheimers and the Minal family must be at the helm of South Africa. This guy formed a union called NUM. NUM is for the mine workers. He has never been a mine worker. How do you form a union of mine workers when you have never been a mine worker? The guy was given money by the Oppenheimer family to form a union after there was a commission of inquiry investigating the workers' conditions in South Africa. Therefore recommended that black people's unions must be recognized. The Oppenheimers, when they realized that black unions are about to emerge and they are the owners of the mine complex, they immediately identified people who must go and form a union. He was one of them. He worked in the legal office of the Oppenheimers. He didn't work in the mine. He was never underground. And therefore, they must never go around saying Cyril formed NUM and you all get, you're such a humble beginning, a mine worker. He came from underground to being a president. It was a project imposed on the workers by the Oppenheimer families to have a union of their own to manage the workers in the mining sector. So you are dealing here with a project that has been there for a very long time. And when you touch this guy, you are touching the Oppenheimers, you are touching the Minen, you are touching the Ruperts. That's why the soldiers came out of the bush to come and show you machine gun. For what? For what? Why would the soldiers leave the bush to come and guard the peaceful protesters? Because we are now challenging the owners of South Africa when we challenge this guy. That's why, how does the DA take us to court and want to interdict this march when we are not marching against them? They are taking us to court because the DA was formed by the Oppenheimers. The Oppenheimers told Martinus van Schalkwyk and Tony Leon that you come to, not Tony Leon, the DP and National Party, come together and become one thing. Like they now want to do with Freedom Front and Herman Mashaba. Or Freedom Front, can you imagine? Freedom Front and that one of the PEM coming together. That's what the funders do. Why is Helen Zille taking us to court when we're not marching against the TA? We're marching against the ANC deployee. The official opposition must be the happiest that these people are marching against our own opposition. No, they go to court to defend their own, who is a puppet of their funder, the Oppenheimers. So, comrades, you are engaged in a complex war that is not very easy to understand. That's why the soldiers are out. That's why the kids are being shot at. The kids who are not doing anything, singing songs, they are not carrying weapons, not even nopkiris. They have nothing except their bodies and their voices. They get shot at by the police, by the soldiers. You know why they were shooting those kids? They were not shooting the kids. They were trying to intimidate me and you, that if you dare come tomorrow, this is a Mickey Mouse will show you who we are. Na re tshoseke maru a o ta bosele. A re tshoseke mara wa tshwene re nyaka o bona monga ona. Taxi fita mo motho o tshitse marao ka lepastere wa tšhaba gore ntho ke marao a eme taxi re bona monga marao ke mo re tlileng mo re batla o bona monga marao gore marao a ba reng ke mashole le marao a ba reng ke maphodisa a tswile ka lepastere monga bona ke mang? Who's the owner of these people? There is no one, not even me, not even anyone after me, who can stop us from protesting. That is our right in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Fighters, you must never be scared of authority. Always hold authority accountable. Because if authority is not held accountable, it will abuse its power. Authority that is not accounting, it means too much power, and too much power corrupts. The president, had he known that he would be held accountable, he was not going to allow cash in his house. Because he will know that if they catch me with this cash, what am I going to say? But because he knows he's a law unto himself, he allowed a lot of money in his house. Until today, he has not been arrested. Comrades, the president is not a king. A president is an elected public representative like me. he must be held accountable. You are not doing anything wrong here today. You came to your house. This is your house. This house is paid with our tax money. We are the taxpayers. So you must never feel bad that you are here to demand this guy to leave, because Ramufida kamu wa nyofa munyofa nyofa unyofa ngamu kidi yotarena. It's our money. So when we come here, leave our house, because you have abandoned it. He has left this house. Is a part-time president. Let's not allow that. If we allow this with this one, it's going to happen with someone else. Comrades, load shedding, unemployment, poverty, the crime, GBV in this country is out of hand. It's out of control. Now, why do you want to sit comfortably as if things are normal? When things are not normal in South Africa, how will the world know that South Africa is going down under Ramaphosa if we don't do anything? So today, you did something historic. Every time he travels the world, they are going to ask him, why were your people marching against you? Because he is a sellout who turned against his own people. So we are here to reclaim our government. We are here to say to Ramaphosa, he must leave, and he must leave now. He is no longer our president. Aye pala pala, ayo na comfortably go pala pala, and do not disturb anyone. Comrade, police must what's about Rifikamune, Reberekile Bosi, Lady Commander Jela, get me my nacho, Nambuisen and Asa Yampile, my Naban Navale Baba Divan, Reberekile Pila Lebon, Alpitamu, Regaramusadio Mo Papa, while the police all papa. When you Unogra, it's a la Pila Musadiola, Asanga Bona Ramaphosa, low papa, ne, O Papa. She has never seen Ramaphosa real life. Umonat wafu fogar machecha wo papa. U personal. U personal. Rugwena says he come down. Aska he nukam. Aska he. U papa so anali generator. Hata mambo. Hata mambo. Oh, better get load shedding. I bet you papa, moya meta load shedding. What's all your meta mudiang? Yabaya better the fridge, ya fisher fridge. Yam bonchar wa papa. Kwela papa. Rotamamo, Lebanda Baba police, the commander. Rebecca Abu Zibar this way, that way. Ibile Keta Kabaraluki Shamotile. Eba ya left take your right, Kitala Lebo Namola Ritala game. They don't have a problem. Which is a protest. I now starting point and finishing point. Understand that until we arrive here. Those are the type of policemen we want. Uri, guys, rebuche muri, lenyaka inyi, so that we are in Jembu see, discover the problem. Not police who see black people just become angry by seeing black people. When you are black, we need police who are going to say, guys, this is Commander so-and-so, I'm Assistant Commander so-and-so, we are with you. Anything you want, please talk to us. That's what service means. And that's what this police have done. Harifitamo, Baba Popugar Libonawa Batsiva. Patagalweche Jabonachi. Baba Tamela Tape. Ugarbanogor Harame. Commander Kwelango Papuela Morao. Go back. But to get a mile Libona Church Square until here, I never had problems with them. So why Linyaka will cause a problem at the house of a state president when we have not had problem anywhere? At a place where we're supposed to be respectful, all of us, including police, why do you want to cause a problem? We need policemen who do away with apartheid tactics and inculcate in their bodies a culture of service. What can I do for you? Oskalwana mama, Oskalwana papa, what is the problem? Can I help you? Not the police that we have seen in KZN, who say no, you can go anywhere except this street. When you check the street, they say you can't go in. The provincial commissioner of police has got business on that street. That's an abuse of power. So, comrades, every time we want to protest anywhere, we require nobody's permission. Rise, the people of South Africa, and exercise your rights. We are going to court to declare the action of the police unconstitutional and invalid. They went around taking tires of people, especially businessmen and women who are trading in second-hand tires, have lost their tires. Being in possession of a tire or selling tires is not illegal in South Africa. But let's tell you again, tire. Don't even apologize about it. Burning a tire on the road is part of the protest movement of South Africa. In other countries, when they protest in Europe, this doctor Mwisena was asking me yesterday, I say, they hold some colorful things. You see them holding colorful things, protesting in their countries. It's part of their protest culture. In South Africa, our protest culture includes burning of tires. And that is not a destruction of property. Arifisha tire. Kurre oboncha rukwati. Arifisi moto. Even arifisi tire ya moto. Refisha yari na tire. As a tire ya musho. It's our own tire. We are burning it. What's your problem? We are not even burning people with these tires. We are burning our own tires. What is the problem with that? So we must protect our protest culture and not be ashamed of it. That protest, amongst other things, include barricading the road, includes burning tires. That is who we are. That is how South Africans protest. It's me and Muzwanyana Mani who can tell you who are married that when you arrive home, there is a protest. They don't have to tell you. You see the certain features or when you are today, there is a problem here at home. South Africa is like that. As a president married to us, as South Africans, your wife, when you see a tire burning, you must know my wife is very angry today. Without saying a word, just a tire burning, you must know I've gone beyond. There is anger in our country. So they want to impose a culture that is non-existent. We will not stop burning tires. We are not burning anyone. We are not burning any property. We are burning our own tires and we dance around them. What about these clever blacks? Whatever they have today that made them clever blacks is the burning of tires. This man will never have sat in this house where the clerk was sitting, where Porter was sitting, if it was not because of the burning of a tire in South Africa. We are unapologetic about our tires because that is not a destruction of property. Tires are not a public property. are a private property. What you do with it is between you and your tire. It has got nothing to do with Begitele and Ramaphosa. Comrades, when we go back home, let's go back with that discipline. Don't give the enemy any opportunity to say anything bad about us. Our day is made. We have registered a huge success in South Africa that no one has ever registered. No one. And anyone who wants to argue with us must go and argue with his own palapala. We have no time to argue with anyone. We are here now. The deputy president is at the stock exchange with the fighters. The former treasurer general is in Captain Park with the fighters. The national chairperson is in Cape Town with the fighters. The treasurer is in Nelspruit with the fighters. The TSG is in Northern Cape with the fighters. All over South Africa, the fighters have come under one umbrella and they are saying, well, enough is enough. I told you in the morning that it is only us who can do that. I heard him saying the ANC can't do that. The former ANC can do that. Not the ANC of this one. They will never do what we have done today. Hey, at 2 o'clock, you are told you are no longer getting buses. Before that, the taxi said to us, it's business as usual, leave our taxis alone. And then you still come the way you came in your numbers. When the state machinery, all of it, is declared on you. The soldiers, the police, the buses, everything that is sponsored by state, stay away from those people. They've got leprosy. You'll be affected. And they all stayed away. Only progressive bus owners and taxi owners who are fighters themselves said to us, we will bring our buses. We don't care what they are saying. So, you don't know what we go through. Every day, a senior counsel, like when I finish speaking here, a senior counsel is convened to sit down and analyze word for word what I said, and then tell them if I can't be prosecuted on crimes against the state, just find something against him. Just find something against him. Every day, they meet from 6 until very late at night. They play my speeches word for word. Find something against him. We want to arrest him. The process, the NPA is involved. The crime intelligence is involved. When you release the soldiers, military intelligence is involved. Against a just cause. Against people who are saying, corruption, we've had enough of you, get out of our house. They say this is the enemy. Why doesn't he want corruption? Now, the minister in the presidency says, this is a regime change. The regime change means they are saying, we want to do a coup d'etat. How can you do a coup d'etat when you announced this march on the 20th of January and say we're going to march on the 20th of March? You give them 2 months to prepare for you to come and do a coup d'etat. That's a stupid analysis. Because when you want to do a coup, you do a coup first and announce it after. You don't announce a coup before. They must go and ask General Olomisa how a coup is done. He once did a coup there in Transkei. He can about a coup. you will never announce a coup. So that is a stupid analysis that was given by the Minister of Intelligence in the presidency because she's challenged. We are not involved in a coup d'etat. We are not involved in a regime change. We are involved in the protection of the Constitution. We are involved in the protection of our democracy. We are involved in exercising our own right. And no one can take away that right. Not Ramaphosa, not army generals. And we showed them today that no one can take away that right. So when you go home, don't give them a chance. Please conduct yourself in a disciplined manner back home. And tell everybody who's not here today but stayed at home that the EFF is very thankful of them. They listen to the message of the EFF, and 95% of business in South Africa today was closed. Now, the illiterate Secretary General of the ANC says this was a flop. You know what's going to happen? He must listen to the news at 7. An economic analyst that will tell him how much was lost today in South Africa. But he may still not comprehend because he's got a mind of a rat which can take so far and so much information. So we pardon him for his illiteracy. But he must know this has never been done nowhere in South Africa before. Today you wrote history and your names will appear in the books of history and your children will be very proud of you. Fighters never feel ashamed. Raise the red flag high. They thought we will respond to intimidation. We responded to the Constitution. So fighters, the bus coordinators will announce how we are going to move, and in that order we'll move back home, and the ground forces know what else should be done as we depart back to our bases. That's very, very important. We want to thank all the political parties that are here and their leadership and the cooperation that we have experienced everywhere. When the leadership was told, let's line up like this one, you are too many in front, this one, there was never an argument. We cooperated so well because we knew that the enemy will enjoy out of our own division. The enemy is paid by seeing us holding hands together. It doesn't want that. It always thrives on divide and rule. And today we showed them that not only the ANC and its alliance can hold hands, we who are affected by problems of South Africa can always hold hands. This is just the beginning. Much more is still coming. Be ready, South Africa. Ramaphosa will fall. Amanda! Amanda! Viva EFF, viva! Viva! Puma Ramaphosa, Puma! Puma Ramaphosa, Puma! Amanda! Yabonga, thank you very much. Thank you. I can't sing it.
Ja, cross it.
Ja, zum Scheiern, Yeah, but I don't have this thing.
No, they're gonna call a microphone.
Oh. Okay, let's go down.
No. You guys can phone me now because my phone is back up.
Let's go down.
I only gave you.
Speech and see if there's anything to charge him with, and also saying that this is not a regime change. They would not have announced a coup d'etat if they were to embark to try and stage one. There's also, of course, what he says is, on the other side of that, a successful shutdown, as he called it even this morning, saying that this is the most successful shutdown in the history of struggle in South Africa. So we'll talk about that. Is it really? Is it not? And of course, he's also talking about police visibility and many other things, which we'll then continue to analyze here for you on the show. Let's start then with the headlines. EFF leader Julius Malema says this is the most successful shutdown in the history of struggle in South Africa. Former President Jacob Zuma's private prosecution against advocate Billy Downer and News 24's legal journalist Karen Moore has resumed. In sports,
people that are marching, not EFF members, it's just general.
But
they don't want. That's the thing.
Just you, with no guest.
Including the smallest town, has got fighters today on the streets saying enough is enough with load shedding, enough is enough with Ramaphosa in office. Today alone, we cancelled load shedding. Scientifically, ESCOM is saying to you, the big users of electricity are not using it today, and there is sufficient electricity. Therefore, we want to load shedding today. Thanks to the EFF, you have missed electricity. You don't even know what to do with it. For sure, you light the heater and the fan at the same time. That's how much electricity you have now because of the EFF.
Mr. Malema, just on this issue of electricity, you speak about how big business is the biggest consumer of electricity. Going forward, what is going to be the game plan of your party in making sure that there is energy security and energy availability in all 84 generating units of the power utility ESCOM, which is something that the Minister of Electricity, Dr. Josianto Ramokgopa, has been speaking about, and the Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy, Samson Mantashe?
We need to service that infrastructure. That's what government must do. We support the mixed energy. As you introduce the IPPs, as you introduce nuclear, as you introduce all types, solar and all of that, let the current existing infrastructure be looked after. Maintain it, make sure it produces sufficient electricity so that by the time you introduce this other alternative means, which the EFF does not support, by the way, privatization of those power producers, ESCOM itself can introduce alternative generation method which are a replacement of coal, and that's what the EFF believes. But with the ANC in government and with Cyril in office, that will never happen, because capitalism works in this way. You must make that which works not to work, so that when you introduce privatization, everybody is fed up and says perhaps this is the only method we need to follow, and that's exactly what they are doing.
Mr. Malema, the repo rate is going up again next week, we're hearing. I suppose this is part and parcel of what you are fighting.
That's what we're fighting for. The banks declaring so much profit, yet our people are suffering. The increase of this repo rate has been a benefit to the banks. It has actually put our people in more and more debt. And those who used to afford the most affordable houses, for instance, can no longer afford because of this repo rate, which has been going up without taking into consideration the conditions within which our people are living in, with so much unemployment, with so many people losing their jobs. You got a bond at the point when you had a job and you can still have, that time you were affording. Now you can't afford. You lost your job, and as you hustle to pay this bond, the repo rate keeps on going up.
Mr. Malema, when you announced the shutdown, you made a call for the entire society to join you. When the EFF started serving notices to companies, it was said that you were warning them that if they don't close, they would be looted. What do you think of the way that you informed society about your shutdown? Do you think that turned off most of the society from joining your shutdown? You think it could have been bigger if you didn't do that?
During apartheid, the struggle activities have been smaller than this. There's never been these big gatherings except what we experience, which we're celebrating tomorrow, and 76 and so forth. But the struggle has always been there and has been conducted by very few people. The struggle has never been a festival of a lot of people, because those who advance struggles are the advanced detachment of society. It's not no ordinary people. So let me give you an example where you come from in your township or your suburb. Let's talk township because struggle was waged there. If we are to count, and if we turn these mics, me and you, and I interview you, how many struggle veterans are there in your township? You can't go past 10 fingers because it has never been that everybody there, they were characterized the way we are being characterized ourselves during the struggle, that no, these ones are troublemakers, these are terrorists, that they disrupt us. I've been giving you an example that during the international campaign for the isolation of South Africa through sanctions against apartheid, Mangosuthu Buthelezi and others went around the world saying no, apartheid must not be put under sanctions because the South African situation is dire as is now, and if you put it under sanctions it will be worse. So to get these numbers in a struggle where buses have been told you must not go to the EFF, you know what I discover? Santaco, where I met them, is a building of the Department of Transport. That's their offices on the ground floor. What do I discover? I discover that Santaco actually gets subsidy from the state, which makes it some sort of a parastatal, an entity of the state. So then all of that has been told, don't cooperate with these people. And with so much pressure like that, you still come out like this and you want to complain. No, that is becoming a political spoiled brat. This is more than enough under these conditions.
Mr. Malema, on the issue pertaining
of another journalist.
Mr. Malema, if I may ask, what was the decision behind the choice of coming to the presidential guest house here today? And I must commend you for the good exercise you gave us as journalists today.
Thank you very much. This is our house. Why should we always go to the Union Building? There's no a definition or method that says if you march against the president, you must go to the Union Building. This is our house. If we're dealing with a polite polite man with mannerism, he should be inviting us for supper in our house, because this is our house. But you know what? The police tell me the guy doesn't even stay here. He stays at his private residences. Money gets spent on this house every month, and the man is not here. To money on workers that work here, money on food that is here, water and electricity that we feed the Tshwane municipality for the man who doesn't stay in this house. So we are also bringing to the attention of our people that actually there is a presidential house. Masiti Puma Ramaphosa, we don't only mean the Union Building, we also mean Puma from our house, literally. Leave. And that's why we brought this house to the attention of the nation. It's part of political education. Because many of you, by the way, including you say I gave you a good exercise as journalist. I also gave you a good education. You never knew direction to the president's house. I educated you. Today you know. So thanks to the EFF.
People who didn't join the shutdown or those that were hesitant.
It's their right. It's their right. It has always been like that. There will always be those who join. There will always be those who don't join. I mean, guys, we have traveled this road together. When we started saying President Zuma must go, how many people were there?
All right, our reporter Samgele Masego is monitoring that engagement with the media there by EFF leader Julius Malema, among others.
But by the time President Zuma left, all peacetime heroes were claiming the victory, but they never started it. And I'm like that. I always say to the EFF comrades, we are too advanced. We're too advanced. We're too ahead of these people. We've got a giraffe view. They've got a chicken view. They're just yeah, we are there. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Malema, just the last one from us. On the issue of Ntlantalax, he claimed that his home was petrol bombed and his family was killed. What truly transpired there? And also the incidents of the truck that was stoned in Limpopo and the bus, and the taxi rather, that was torched in Ekurhuleni.
Well, I don't know the incident of the taxi and the bus. You will appreciate I've been with you here throughout the day. We'll investigate that because we have given very clear, strict instruction that no one must engage in any form of violence. I got a report from former TG that there were taxi operators who were shooting at our protesters in Ekurhuleni. And I had asked the Secretary General to speak to the leadership of taxis in Ekurhuleni. And by the time we started here, I think it was resolved, that issue. That's the only incident. Before I spoke here, he said one of our CCT member is arrested in Potchefstroom. in a Pecheston. Yeah, in KZN. And we're trying to get the lawyer to go and release her. It's a female who got arrested, Commissar Yoli, who was just walking during the protest, and then they just arrested her. We'll get her released like we got the children yesterday in the early hours of the morning released because they were arrested for no reason. I think those are the two important questions you asked me. The rest I don't know really. I've always made a point. I've got no time for things. I've got time for beings. Thank you.
Julius Malema, he's the president of the EFF, speaking to us immediately after thousands of EFF supporters. We're outside the presidential guest house. That's where the protest ended. It started this morning really early. From here, it looks like the EFF is moving. It just seems like that.
Okay.
Are they coming to us?
4 minutes to me.
On the line, comrades.
Go the other side. Thank you. Yakwazi ukugijima pha.
Mina? Ngigijima mina.
Gijima ke. Abantu bayakhuluma lapha. Uye emotweni yakho. Washa.
Hey, fella. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, Spoo. Let's not go too far.
Now.
Hey? Yeah, I'm saying let's not go too far. Spoo! Let's go. Well, good evening, Sisbongi, and to the viewers back at home. It's been more than 6 hours of walking through the eThekwini Metro. We started out in Berea, we walked all the way to South Beach, up to Florida Road, and via the Botanic Gardens. We are now making our way back to Berea, where the EFF provincial office is based. This group behind me have not lost momentum, Bongi. They are still going strong, still singing struggle songs, still chanting as they go along, and I've seen some members coming out of their respective homes as they make this trek back to the office. I've seen some people falling back in line as well as they join in on this particular group. But I'm going to see if I can't get some reaction from some people that have joined this protest as it moved through eThekwini Metro. Let's see if we can grab this gentleman here in the forefront. So you're live on SABC News. Tell us, why did you make the choice to come and join EFF today?
I made this choice because a lot of people here in South Africa, they are not working and there is no jobs, and we're here today to say we're sick and tired of this load shedding things and all the stuff. And please guys, this man, Cyril Ramaphosa, must step down. We're sick and tired of this man. There is no jobs here in South Africa. There is a lot of poverty here, a lot of crime here. I can count so many things. But we're sick and tired of this man. He must step down. Now is the time to step down.
You talk about a lot of jobs, unemployment in the country. Are those the only challenges that you as a South African citizen is facing?
Actually, there are so many challenges we are facing here in South Africa. As you can see here behind me, these people, most of these people are students. They are struggling and they don't know where to go when they finish their degrees and all the stuff. There is no jobs. I have 7 years completed my degree and I'm not working even now. You see, you can see a lot of poverty here in South Africa because of this man. Today we are here to say Cyril Ramaphosa must step down. Step down, this man. He must step down now.
Okay, thank you very much for sharing your views.
Thank you.
Well, that was Spoo, one of the members that have joined in on the EFF protest as they protest here in eThekwini Metro. Some of the issues on the table is much like the issues across the country, as the issues of unemployment. Spoo just saying there that he has been unemployed for 7 years. He can't find a job, and most of the members and the people that are protesting today are actually students from Mangosuthu University of Technology as well as Durban University of Technology, and they are all calling for more job creation in the country, apart from the first citizen stepping aside, that being our President Cyril Ramaphosa. So that's what's happening at the moment. We've stopped for a short while. It has been a couple of hours since this group has been moving through eThekwini Metro. The last stop, I'm told, is going to be the EFF offices in Glenwood. It's back to you, Mrs. Bongi.
All right, Jade, we'll continue to touch base with you to see what's happening there on the ground as you continue to monitor this protest, and we'll continue to bring you more on it as we look at the police visibility. What does it tell us? The minister says that it's quite a difficult and a costly operation to maintain, but then what does it mean then going forward for law enforcement and crime fighting efforts in the country? So we'll continue to bring you more from even our reporters on the ground, but let's pause for a second and check in with the weather desk and do stand by.
Thank you very much, Bongi, and a very warm welcome to the weather desk. We are seeing some cloudy skies over the southern parts of South Africa this evening. As you can see, according to our latest satellite images, there is also a cold front brushing along the coastal areas of the Western Cape, also resulting in a very good chance of rainfall over Cape Town and surrounding areas with a 60% probability. Otherwise, isolated rainfall is expected along